Thanks, Marty. So thank you, Madam Chair Ontiveros. Again, I'm Jess McNeely with Community Development staff, and this evening's study session, following your agenda, we will first go through the public hearing items on your agenda for next month on August 25th. The first of which is CUP conditional use permit renewal for self-service storage and adding the use of vehicle, water sport and off-highway vehicle rentals. Zach is managing this case, so go ahead, Zach.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, this is Zach Schwartz. Recently, with at least the staff study session, we had been having some issues with some delay in audio. So if there are any issues that you're hearing of me, just let me know. But as the Assistant Director, Mr. McNeely, had noted, this is a request for a renewal of the self-service storage in the Green Haven area. So in the Page area, we have the parcel vicinity map here. So you can see this is the parcel. It's pretty close to Highway 89. In this, I believe it's a quarter section in the planned community zone for the Green Haven community. Switching over to an aerial so you can see all the existing self-service storage that's on the property, as well as some of the larger vehicle like boat and RV storage on the property. The applicant is looking to modify their existing conditional use permit to add water sport and off-highway vehicle rentals in this area. And so this is the gas station, by the way, right, kind of right off of 89. So it's just kind of northeast of that. So here's a site plan of the property. So you can see the parking spaces, the existing units. The property is entered off of Waweep, and then the circulation goes portion of the property. The applicant's showing that they would have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, about 5 spaces here where they would put up to 4 to 12 different, it could be ATVs, it could be boats, or different vehicles that they would want to rent in association with this vehicle, or sorry, association with this request. The issue that another planning staff member had noted was that they had been up to the site not too long ago. They noticed some of these landscaping areas had sort of died out. Of course, we're in a drought in that climate zone. The vegetation that grows there is quite different from what would grow in like the Flagstaff area. Recently in 2019, the landscape ordinance was modified to allow cacti and that sort of vegetation. So that's really the only issue that staff would see. Maybe we can, of course, are drought tolerant and things that would work well in the Green Haven climate zone. But that's the only real issue that staff has noted here. And so if any of the commission has any further comments or things that staff should look into, happy to make a note of that and make sure it's in my analysis.
This is Commissioner Best. First of all, Zach, you're cutting out a little bit. I don't know if that's you or everybody is having that issue.
I think it's everybody.
Okay.
Sorry.
So one of the things that we've been dealing with over the last year is impact of OHVs on surrounding natural areas and neighborhoods. Has that been brought up, addressed? Have you discussed that with the applicant? Or have you heard anything from the neighbors?
Commissioner Best, you seem to have cut out a little bit. Is everybody hearing me?
Yeah, Zach, I'm hearing you.
So, sorry, Commissioner Best, but it sounded like you were discussing the issue of ATVs and sort of the environmental type of damage that they can do to properties out in Coconino County. Is that right?
Yes, and Maybe somebody should give me the call-in number here just in case. Anybody got that at hand?
Marty, do you have that available? I'm trying to find it here.
Because I normally have great Wi-Fi, but maybe I've got a problem.
Give me just a minute and I can put it in the chat.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think I have it. I'm going to try to put it in the chat here for us.
Thank you.
Just stop sharing for a moment to do it. It gives you a number of numbers and none of them are Phoenix or Flagstaff. So you have to pick from Tacoma, Houston, Jose, San Jose.
That's fine.
I've got it, Zach, if you want to keep sharing.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
So in our list of conditions that we've been applying to campgrounds, one of them was no OHV rentals. I know this is a different situation. This is Lake Powell. There's a ton of these vehicles up there already, but I just think we should ask the question.
With the staff discussion, but I'd be happy to hear out what the commissioners feel on that end. That is the one.
And you might
Hey,
also
Zach.
check
Zach,
with
if you-
public land managers there to see how they feel about it, if they feel the situation is under control, if there needs to be education that goes with the rental, that sort of thing, which we've done before.
It sounded like Bob had a comment on that.
Yes, I was just gonna say that I did call the applicant and ask him about OHV rentals. He said OHV and Jeep rentals. And I did let him know that has been a concern to commission. The commission is sometimes, and he indicated he wanted to keep that on the, list as part of the request though.
Thanks. Thoughts from the commission on that? Well, I guess in time's sake, I think we have a pretty full agenda for for study session. I'll just say that I'll go and talk to the public land managers in the area and we'll have an analysis of it in the staff report.
Thank you, Zach.
Thank you.
Thanks, Zach. And thanks. Commissioner Zach in Greenhaven. The next public hearing item on your agenda for next month is CUP 2132. That's a conditional use permit request for an accessory structure over 3,000 square feet in Johnson Ranch in Timberline, Fernwood. Kelly is managing that case. So Kelly, I'm going to go ahead and share your screen and let the commissioners know what the applicant's looking for.
Thank you, Jess. Can everyone see my screen okay?
Seeing it great, Kelly.
Perfect, thank you. Let's see. All right, let me close this. I don't think it worked quite the way I wanted it to.
If I remember right, and someone else, Kelly, might be able to help us remember when you go to slide presentation like this in Zoom, when you're sharing your screen, there's another thing you got to click to where it fully shares your screen and shares the presentation, and yet doesn't show like that next slide that you're going to be showing.
Right. I'll have to look into that, but for now I can continue on just like this, if everyone can see
Absolutely.
it okay. All right. So CUP 2132 is a request for an accessory structure over 3,000 square feet. Total square footage on that is going to be 7,880 square feet. It's in a single family residential zone. It's for the Garrison family. Far to the north, and this is all residential in here as well. You'll also see some elevations. You can see the colors It's a compatible aesthetic with the area. This is Johnson Ranch, east of Highway 89 in the Timberline Fernwood area. And here's an overview from above. This is the site plan. This is the garage here. And then to the southeast is going to be the family home. Does anyone have any questions on this?
Looks great, Kelly. Not seeing any. So if we don't hear from any last takers, we can go on to the next one.
Excellent. Thank you, Jess.
So Chair Ontiveros and Commissioners, the third item on your study session for public hearing next month is CUP 2141 along with DRO 2108. That's a request for a conditional use permit renewal and modification for a church and school along with the DRO, and this is in the Donny Park Timberline Fernwood area plan. So under the DRO for that area plan, and Zach is managing this case. So Zach, go ahead and share your, you're already sharing screen. All right, thanks. Hey, I think you're muted, Zach.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Thank you, Jess. So we are looking at the renewal of the church here, the Northland Baptist Church. It's in the Donny Park Timberline Fernwood area across from the commercial node there at Burris. They are looking to expand the church to add some classrooms and a baptism area. So here is the area you can see adjacent all around our single family residences. Here's the site plan. So one thing that was sort of newly added to the zoning ordinance is that there be a 50-foot buffer between public, semi-public uses in the AR zone. And so they are showing that there is this buffer, but additionally, there was an addition that 20 feet of that buffer should include some landscaping. So that's not something that I currently see on the plan. And I think that it might be relevant in this case, especially because for the citizen participation plan meeting, the neighbor over here to the west was concerned about the sort of noise that comes from the playground that already exists for the properties. So that's something that I'll be discussing with the applicants. They would need a waiver from the commission to not have this requirement. And it would be applicable around the entire property, but seeing how far away they are from the northern sort of property boundaries, it might be most relevant and most needed here adjacent to the west where we do have somebody who is concerned. And here is a floor plan. So the baptism area is up here on the north section. We have 6 classrooms on the west. What the applicant is requesting is that the new additions meet the siding that's existing for the existing structure, which is sort of a cement. I think it's hardy board is what it's called, where it has an imprint on the cement that looks like wood. And so the roof to be a metal roof that's a dark brown. The hardy board would be sort of a tannish color to meet what's existing. Let me see if I can pull up. I had sort of a view from 89 of what's existing there. So you can see the existing structure. It's got sort of the tannish beigeish color and then the darker brown on the roof and for the gutters. So that's what the applicant is looking to do here. Oops, let me share again. And so I think the use is fairly consistent with the Donny Park Timberline Fernwood area plan. And as far as the design review overlay goes, it also matches the colors and the sort of natural environment. It has different appurtenances to the structure that break it up a little bit. So basically consistent with the DRO as well. But if we have any comments or questions from the commission, I'm happy to take them and add those to the analysis.
Yeah, Zach, I do have a question for you. When you mentioned a waiver on the landscaping, it seems to me that it would be feasible to waiver the landscaping requirement on all but the side that is closest to a residence. Is that correct?
That was the take that staff had so far, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I also have a note here, Commissioner Ruggles, that we're looking at zone 2 for the lighting according to the DRO.
Yeah, and that's an interesting one because when they came to us for lighting in the parking area, it was probably right at the beginning of the time that LED lighting was taking over, and somehow we missed out on that one, and they have, or their lighting is probably not in conformance with what we would ask now, but that's it's all said and done, so can't go backwards on that one.
At least for the new lighting, we'll look at zone
Yep.
2 and meeting the requirements, so.
Yeah, I think the problem turns out to be the existing loophole for under 2,500 lumens per fixture. I will say that they do not have. Could I finish?
I asked Lucinda if she had to get back.
I would have to say that they do not have an overabundance of lighting in their parking lots, so the impact is pretty minimal.
Noted, Commissioner Ruggles. We'll definitely take a look at that.
Thanks, Zach. Any other questions on the CUP DRO for expansion of the church and school in Donny Park? All right. If not, Chair Antiveros and Commissioners, the fourth item on your study session for public hearing next month is CUP 2043. And Bob is managing this case. I see he's sharing his screen now to get some images up. This is a conditional use permit for utility facility on a very large parcel, about over 12,000 acres in the G zone on Babbitt Ranch's property. This is off of Highway 180 between Flagstaff and Grand Canyon. And Bob will share with us what we've got on this so far. Go ahead, Bob.
Okay, good afternoon, commissioners. This is an overall vicinity map provided by the applicant. As you can see, it's a pretty large property. This is Flagstaff, that's Valley or Grand Canyon Junction as it's now known. And this is the site. Can everyone hear me okay?
Hear you well, Bob.
Okay, good. So I kind of wanted to give you the overall look at it. You can look on the north side and south side. You do have Kaibab National Forest. Let me go ahead and move on to another site plan here. This is the main site plan. And just to orient you, this is South Rim Ranches over here coming out of Valley. This is Highway 180 going through. This is a big KV line that goes through the site. This is the line that they would hook up to. Currently, and actually I'll show that on another map since it's easier, but if you look through the site, they have these purple pieces. Those would be the solar array. They have a variable of 500 to 800 acres. It could be potentially in any of those particular sites. The reason that variable is so large is because they need to get 60 megawatts of power, basically the same, and they don't know how much space that will take, looking at layouts and current technology and the way technology is changing and everything. So that's why that variable is so large there. I think I'll move on to this other site plan because this one is kind of difficult to see. So this is a little bit brighter. They have 60 potential sites for wind turbines. The wind turbines, by the way, would be a maximum height of 615 feet when the blade is straight up. So they're looking at 3 different types of possible wind turbines. That would be the tallest one at 615 with the blade straight up. So they're looking at 60 potential sites, but in the finale would only be 54 wind turbines. It just depends on how they lay out. I also wanted to point out that I had a meeting with the applicant this week, and they are here, by the way, if you have questions for them. But there is a potential that they are having their original access would be here across this forest service area and to the KV line, or over here up the pipeline, or this line, which is pretty difficult, pretty rough terrain. And they are looking at some alternatives, which would possibly take in more of these parcels, because one of the access roads would be over here where it would come in and kind of circle around. The reason this is not looking like a very good access is because, as you know, they have to bring in really large trucks to carry these turbine blades and the turbines and different pieces of this project. And there's a lot of slack in the line along here, and they could potentially likely hit that slack. So they are looking at different accesses because of that. I did want to point out that I just used the parcel that they gave me on our SmartGov when I wrote it as legal. So the real size at this point, something like more like 43,000 acres. And that is subject to change as they move along and they look at different ideas about access. With that, let me see, is there anything? I did want to also point out that they have provided photo sims. If we have time, I can go through those with you. But this green right here, this is the Arizona Trail. It's been recently realigned. It was on a road that went through here in this area. So it looks like from the photo sims, possibly it looks like the turbines would be visible from that. They have shown, and they can correct me or provide more information, but from what I've seen so far, it looked like that the wind turbines, the wind farm would be visible from down here on 180, looking back in this direction, possibly from over here in South Rim Ranches, and also from Red Butte. And if you know where Red Butte is, I believe they said it's about 10 miles from the nearest turbine. It's up 64 toward the canyon. So it's pretty far away. It's pretty high up. So you would expect to be able to see something like this from there. And with that, do you have any questions? Jess, do we have time to look at the photo sims?
Let's see, Bob, it is
454.
4:54. Yeah, we've got a little bit of time. I know Deputy County Manager Lucinda Andriani is with us to talk to the commissioners. But if you could just show them some of the photo sims pretty quick, I think that would be informative for the commissioners. So
Okay.
go ahead.
And I also wanted to mention that they provided a really good simulated flyover, and we can send that to the commission right away if you would like that. It's a very interesting graphic. I provided it to staff, and they thought it was pretty interesting. Anyway, this is the Arizona National Scenic Trail existing condition. And this is what it would look like with the turbines. You can see the turbines. This is pretty close to the turbines.
And Bob, you might point out also that they have a map key that shows where the observation point is that these images are taken from. So it's important to be able to understand.
Right, the KOP. So that would be on the map, and that'll be all in the staff report and in their narrative, of course. This is also from the Arizona Trail. You can't see it here because of the trees. This is kind of out in the range. This is also from the Arizona Trail. Existing condition. It might be visible. It's hard to tell in this picture. This is from Valley looking northeast. Existing condition. And I'm not able to see it, but it might be visible over in this area. This is from Highway 180. And as you can see, it would be visible. You can see it back in here from 180. And this is the Red Butte site, existing condition. And Red Butte's up, I think it's 1,000 feet or so, maybe higher off of the desert floor. So you can see all the way back here to the peaks. And you can see it in that, you can see them a little bit out in here. It's difficult to see, but they are visible from there. This is South Rim Ranches, a road, South Rim Ranch Road and South Rim Ranches development, which is on the east side of Valley, large 40-lot development, 40-acre lot development. Does not look visible from here. This is also from South Rim Ranches. Might be visible, I can't see it.
Mr. Short, this might be a good time to ask this question. I'm noticing in these photo sims that we've got clouds in the background and the turbines are white. So we're not really seeing I don't think we're getting a true picture of the contrast of these turbines on a sunny day.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's a good point. I'll certainly make a note of that. And yeah, because as you can see, I don't see them here. It might be because of the topography. In this case, you can see the hills in between. Topography is going to have a big effect on it. All right, and that's it for those. And with that, I'll take any questions from the commission.
Mr. Short, this is Chair Ontiveros. Do you know if the wildlife planner has given feedback into this project?
Madam Chair, yes, they have actually been working with wildlife people from both AGFD and from the National Wildlife Service for 10 years or more. Since 2010, they've been meeting with them and you know, getting information from them. You know, they want to get a lot of data from them, so they've gotten that. They, you know, they have quite a bit of information in their narrative about that. I've looked at it briefly. I have passed it on to the wildlife planner. She was okay with it. But I do see that they do have a lot of information from those agencies in their narrative. So I also recently passed it on to about 10 different individuals from both of those agencies, both the federal level and at the state level. So I expect to get some feedback from them, but they certainly have been working together for a long time on this.
Okay. Okay, and my last question is, what is the area of outreach that has been done for the citizen participation feedback?
The radius was 5 miles. So they went pretty far out. That actually covers a lot of the valley area. And as you know, there are a lot of lots up there. Not a lot of people that occupy those lots, but there are a lot of parcels in that area. I don't remember the exact number, but I believe it was hundreds. The applicant, by the way, is here and they can probably answer some of those questions for you. Obviously, when you reach that number of people, this is a lot different than Chevron. Chevron didn't have as many people close by or as many parcels, private parcels close by, and they only noticed the HOAs that were, 5 miles or so away. You are going to get a lot of feedback and a lot of people that are not going to support this, of course. So I have not looked through that thoroughly, through their citizen participation report thoroughly, but certainly there is some feedback that they've received, and it's all in their narrative that you will get.
Okay. Okay, thank you. That is sufficient to answer my question now, because I was really looking at the radius, not necessarily what the feedback was, but just the radius. So I feel my questions have been answered. So I'm going to go ahead and mute myself now.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Are there any more questions on this case?
Yeah, this is Commissioner Best. A couple of things. The first thing is that I'm on the committee that's working on the renewable energy ordinance. And we just got some information forwarded to us by Melissa Shaw about the possibility of painting one of the blades a different color, which I think in Europe was shown to reduce bird kills. So you might talk to her about that, pass that on to who's ever doing the environmental study, probably SWCA, and the applicant. And I don't, we haven't discussed it in the meeting. I don't know anything about it, but I know it's out there. And I know that this is definitely golden eagle country, and we sure don't want to kill them. And I wonder if there's any technology that's come up to help with bat kills as well. Those are two big issues with these facilities. And the other thing is, are you planning a trip out there?
Yes, I am planning a trip out there. Probably not until probably next week, and I can invite the commissioners, anyone that would like to go.
I would appreciate that very much. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Yes, actually. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Commissioner Ruggles.
Yeah, I was just going to tell Bob that I would also like to be included on that list of folks to go out and visit the area out there.
Okay, anyone else?
It'd be interesting.
Mr. Short, you said that you were going next week.
Yes, next week. I'm fully open. For I don't have any specific date. Normally I go during the later part of the week, Thursday or Friday, but I'm certainly flexible on that.
Okay. Coincidentally, I'm going to be out of town starting tomorrow until the following Wednesday or Thursday, but I would definitely want to go on this site visit and see this one. So let me know. Hopefully I can make it when you're going out with the other ones, but this is definitely one I want to see. The other thing, when Commissioner Best was talking about Golden Eagle Country, do we know if there are California condors in this area?
Madam Chair, I believe in their report, and like I said, they are here, so they're fully willing to answering questions. But I believe in the report that I don't believe any have been cited, but there's a potential for them on this site, of course. And I'll let them, elaborate on that, because I'm not completely sure, but I believe they said that they had not seen any.
Okay. Okay. All right, Mr. Short, I'll wait. I'll look for the email, like when you are planning on going out, and try and get it in there, because I do want to go on this one.
Okay, and next Thursday you would be available? Or is that another week?
Boy, I'll tell you what, because I realize my schedule cannot inconvenience everybody else. Probably next Thursday would be hard. I'm not sure if I'm going to be back Friday. I believe I would be.
Okay.
I'll just throw that out there. But again, I'm going to take into consideration the other commissioners and your schedule as well. So go ahead and plan it, and then we'll just do what we have to do to get me out there.
Okay, Madam Chair, I will tentatively schedule it for Friday. All right.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Short.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Any other commissioners would like to be notified of the site visit?
Bob, would it be more efficient just to send out a Google poll and see what dates people can make? Because I know that I've I've got a grandkid trip to make myself, and I'm not even sure of the dates yet, but it's in the next couple of weeks. So
That sounds good. Okay, we'll just move on. We'll do that.
Yeah.
And make a decision based on that. Sounds good. And Commissioner, yes.
I'm
Mr.
sorry, Bob, that would be helpful because I have a trip as well and I don't have the exact dates, but I'll be gone for a couple of weeks and I really need to see this.
Thank you, Commissioner Walters. And we have to remember that at some point we'll have a quorum, and that will be we will need to notice that. So I need to find out as quickly as possible if there are going to be 6 commissioners that are going on the site visit.
Okay,
With the
Mr. Short,
important-
when do you have to post this by?
But it needs to be posted. The absolute last date, I believe, is the 17th of August. Oh, wait,
Okay.
no, I'm sorry, the 10th of August.
Okay,
That's the
Okay, yeah.
absolute last day.
gotcha. Okay, yeah, I agree. I think the poll would be good, and we'll see what comes of it.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Best, I did want to answer your questions. I have heard of that, the idea of painting one of them black. If you'd like to, again, if you'd like to hear an answer from the applicant, they'd be willing to answer that probably if we have time right now. Would you like them to comment on that?
I'm
Commissioner
sorry,
Best?
Jess, how are we doing on time?
So Bob, Commissioner Best, Chair Antiveros, we're at 5:07. We've got one other public hearing item to discuss, and then we did have some key department updates and just county process updates that we wanted to give you prior to 5:30. So we've just got about 23 minutes left.
Okay, so we probably should move on unless there are
Yeah,
any important questions right now.
If the applicant would just check in with Melissa Shaw and take it from there.
Yeah, we can certainly ensure that's addressed, Commissioner Best.
Yeah, and I'll just say this is Jill Graham, Graham's with the applicant, and I've been participating in that, and I've seen all those emails, so I'll make sure that we discuss that with Bob.
Thank you, Jill.
Mhm.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and stop sharing and let Jess move on with the meeting.
All right. Thanks, Bob. Thank you, commissioners. Thanks, Jill. So Chair Antiveros, the final public hearing item for next month's public hearing, item 4 on your studies, excuse me, item 5 on your study session agenda is DRO 2109. It is a design review within Kachina Village for a multifamily housing development. It is on this parcel that I'm pointing to right now. Everybody seeing my screen okay?
Yeah, we can see it, Mr. McNeely.
Okay, good. So the zoning is RM10. So the use is permitted by right, no question on the use. Only thing to be heard would be whether or not the design meets the design review overlay standards or guidelines from the Kachina Village area plan. So this use will go right between 2 other multifamily projects that are in the Kachina Village area. And of course, you see the kind of the area we're in here just south of the highway interchange on the west side of I-17, south of the commercial zone pick and run, and along Kachina Trail. So this would be the site plan submitted by the applicant, 6 total buildings with 18 total multifamily units. This is the landscape plan submitted by the applicant. So they are buffering themselves well from Kachina Trail, also buffering probably the housing quite well from I-17 on their eastern edge. This is an image, just black and white image of what the larger buildings would look like. The buildings are duplex 2 units and then fourplex 4 units. This image right here is of one of the 4-unit multifamily buildings. I can see on my screen, I'm not sure if you'll be able to read from your screens, some of the notes here. It is horizontal lap siding at the base of these column piers. You do have some Malapai rock accent The porch roof over the main entrances, where I'm pointing right here, over the over several of the doors is a rusted corrugated metal. We've got board and batten siding up in the gable, and the rest of the roof is asphalt shingle roof. So these are black and white elevations. We're hoping that the applicant can actually transfer their colors, but this would be the color board that they've submitted, and it's keyed out here so you know which elements of the building have which colors on them. They also have a detail here of their malachite stone for their column bases, their roofing, asphalt tiles, and an image here of what the porch accent rusted corrugated metal will look like, what their pavers will look like for their driveways. And they do have a dumpster enclosure. It will be of a split block that you're seeing here on the left, and it will have a rusted steel metal gate enclosure. So with that, any questions or comments from the commissioners on this Kachina Trail DRO design review overlay case? All right. Well, if none, Madam Chair, I'm going to stop sharing my screen. We do have a few things that we wanted to talk to you about on just a department update.
Mr. McNeely, we do have, let me just back up a little bit. We do have the administrative renewal. I just wanted to reach out and see if any of the commissioners had any questions on that one for you.
Thank you, Chair Ontiveros. Yes, the admin renewal is CUP 2124. It's renewal of a propane storage and distribution facility in the industrial zone in the Loop Road industrial area in Donny Park. So thank you for pointing that out. I skipped over that one. Any questions from any of the commissioners or comments on this conditional use permit administrative renewal?
And I have none. I just wanted to be sure that we got input from any of the other commissioners if they did. It doesn't look like we do though. So let's go ahead and go on to the Community Development Department update.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. So item one, we have here at the time of sending out your agenda last week that we were still recruiting for a compliance manager, which we've been really needing for some time now. I am happy to let you know that Mark Stinto, who many of the commissioners will know, particularly John Ruggles will know, has accepted that position. Mark Stinto has been working as the dark sky specialist in the joint position that is funded by both the city and the county. He's been a city compliance management specialist or code enforcement officer for some time. So we're very excited to get Mark on board. Many of us have already worked with him and can't wait to get him working on our compliance management stuff. Any questions or comments from the board on Mark taking the compliance manager position?
Hey, just one thing. What did I do? Force him to look for another job?
Well,
we
are optimistic, Commissioner Ruggles, that he will continue also functioning in many ways as a lighting specialist, which we can easily work into this position.
I was going to say thank you. I think he'll be quite good, really, really good at this new position. So thanks.
Mark's a great guy who enjoys his work.
Yeah,
So,
does that mean that the position, the joint position is going away? The dark skies position?
So Commissioner Best, no, that position is not going away. So it gives us more opportunities, but as you well know, we have a hard time filling many of these positions.
I would nominate Commissioner Ruggles for that. So
thank you.
You're going to prevent me from ever retiring, I see.
All right. Well, thank you, commissioners, and we certainly keep all of you quite busy. Jay, did you have something to say on that?
Yeah, thanks, Jess. Madam Chair and Commissioners, good evening. So one of the great things is that Mark was adamant when I spoke with him that he wanted to make sure that he got to train the new dark sky specialist. So, you know, that continuity with the knowledge will transfer. So we're really happy about that. And Mark is written into our MIS grant as well as part of our match. That will also continue in his new position since it's code compliance. So we're really looking forward to bringing him on. So thank you.
Thanks, Jay. So, Madam Chair, if there's no other comments on item 1 of your department update, I'd like to move on to item 2. As you all have known, really since COVID started, we've had a standing item on your department update to discuss what the county is doing with respect to COVID-19. I believe we have Deputy County Manager Lucinda Andrani with us this evening, and I went ahead and put in your study session agenda what 3 questions you asked of us last month that we come back to you with. So you asked, who's the decision-making authority for reopening county public hearings? Of course, the topic here was being able to hold Planning and Zoning Commission hearings in person. The second question was, what source guides this county decision? The third one was, when definitively will the county reopen public hearings? And we've all acknowledged for some number of months that having a hybrid technology solution in place will most likely be a part of the answer of when we open public hearings. Just for everyone's, to remind everyone what the hybrid technology conversation has been, it has been that if anyone did not feel comfortable being in an in-person meeting and the meeting was being held in person, that there would still be a way under open meeting law for anyone to attend and participate in your public hearings. So with that, thank you, Lucinda, for joining us, and I'll let Lucinda comment on that and open up to questions from the commissioners.
All right, thank you, Jess. Appreciate it. So, in terms of the authority, you know, I'll be honest, that's probably the least the issue that's complicating all this. The number one complicating factor is that we have been attempting to get technology so that we can do in-person and remote virtual meetings. And it's been, needless to say, there's a tremendous market both for the technology, all the elements of the technology, the chips that are used in this are not available. The vendors that provide this and install it. I mean, we've been going down this path for quite some time. So right now it's continuing to be a fairly slow process. And we understand that once we work through a number of the details, it will be probably another 3 months before we actually can get the technology in our hands at the earliest, given the lack of availability. So that's one complicating factor. The other major complicating factor right now is that you're probably well aware that we're having a massive surge with the Delta variant across the country and in this county. And CDC just issued a new guidance yesterday that is requiring that all indoor public meetings be masked. So back again, if you're in a public setting indoors, that their guidance is saying that everyone should be masked. So we followed CDC guidance pretty closely through this entire process. We've had a lot of concerns expressed not only by the public, but also by our team members. And so at this stage, with the guidance just coming out yesterday, we have no decisions been made. There's going to be a discussion next Tuesday with the board. The intent, until the numbers started going up very rapidly, you've probably seen they're up over 200%, that as the numbers have been going up rapidly, and then now with this guidance, the intent had been to be moving back to in-person meetings with the ability for people to call in. But we've also got an issue in that boardroom now because the audio is not working as well. So, there's just a number of complicating factors. So right now, I know it's pretty difficult for me to say when that will happen. I think, we were hoping before some of these more recent issues, the numbers exploding, that we'd be able to go back in person in August and again, allow people to participate potentially by phone. Now, I will say there's also a legal element to this, because now with the situation, that we're in, we're still in a pandemic that, as just mentioned, being able to provide access for those who may be at greater risk, immunocompromised, is an important legal and, of course, ethical consideration. So, I'm not going to give you a really direct answer. We'll see what comes out of the discussion on Tuesday with the board. I suspect that in the past that minimally they're going to require that if there
you know what? I think we've lost you.
Yeah, Lucinda, I believe you're muted. I don't know if you can unmute yourself.
Yeah, I just did. I don't know. There was some kind of interference and then it muted me. I didn't do anything. It just
Gotcha.
So anyway, to go back, there'll be a discussion with the board. The board has been pretty consistent with following the CDC recommendations and guidance. And on Tuesday, so we will see what comes out of that discussion. But my sense right now is that we as an organization will move back to wearing masks in indoors. And we will also require that any meetings within the facility be masked. So that begs the question that, do you want to really meet in person and be in masks? And if we can even accommodate that physically now at the building with issues with the audio at the board chambers as well. So, I know that you're frustrated, the board's frustrated, everybody would like to get back in person. And certainly my number one statement is that this has now become Delta virus's variant is largely, there's very few people who are unvaccinated that are getting this disease. I think they've estimated in our county, it might be about 10%, that 90% of the positive cases now are the unvaccinated. And so we again strongly encourage people to get vaccinated. That's what's going to allow us to go back to, more normal practices like meetings in person. And so certainly, that is the situation. So, coming up into about a week ago, I was feeling like we could potentially have some movement forward by the end of August or in September. I'm not feeling very confident about that at all now. So that's our circumstances.
Okay, thank you, Ms. I hope I pronounced your name right. It is Andriani, Ms. Andriani?
It's close enough, that's fine.
Oh, okay, this is Chair Ontiveros. And so I will tell you that when these questions were asked last month, the Delta variant wasn't as hot of an issue as it has become. So I understand your comments on that, and that according to CDC, if we did meet, we would be masked according to their guidelines. The one thing I am wondering about, though, is who is making the decision? Like, can you give us a name or a title of the individual or individuals?
Well, ultimately, the board makes decisions as to what to do with our public facilities. But that is heavily influenced by Kim Musselman, our Health and Human Services Director and Chief Health Officer. And obviously she's getting her guidance and input from CDC and the state Department of Health Services. So that's, that is the process. Kim typically will make recommendations based upon that guidance to the board. They are not scheduled to make a formal decision next week, but they may well decide in concurrence with a recommendation from Kim. I don't know if this will be her recommendation yet, but I suspect based upon the CDC guidance that she will potentially be recommending that we move back to mask within county facilities and for public meetings held within our facility. I guess the other thing I want to also add is that some of the more major cases we've had in the last 6 months to a year, I'll tell you, we've gotten feedback, and certainly you've seen by the number of people who have participated, that the virtual platform is really essential to public involvement. We are now seeing far more people requesting that we be virtual and that we have the ability for people to participate virtually so that people throughout our county can participate without spending somewhere between 2 and 4 hours on the road. People, let's just go back to the case you just heard, about, that's the Babbitt Ranch Energy Project, massive project, going to probably generate, as Bob mentioned, a lot of input and concern. My concern there is that, many of those people, they're 2 hours away from Flagstaff, and some of them may not have connectivity, some of them may have connectivity, but I think we are really hearing loud and clear that people expect and want us, and that is why we're investing significant amounts of time and money in trying to get this technology in place. But the virtual platform has, I think, in effect, really moved our community involvement to another level. And that's a really positive thing. Whether we like what we hear or don't like what we hear is our personal, response to that. But our transparency and our commitment to community involvement has to grow with the changing conditions and change to reflect the values of the community. And I think that piece is very important. So I think being able to continue to have meetings now that are virtual is very important for that, to maintain that commitment to those values.
But we are going to be moving, just so I can be clear on this, because I agree with you, with everyone, that the more community involvement, the better. So I'm definitely on the same page with that. But you're not saying that we're going to continue doing these public meetings virtually. If I'm understanding this correctly, we're going to be moving to a hybrid situation where it is public and virtual, and then the individuals can choose.
That is the goal. Absolutely.
Okay.
And we have hired a firm that's is doing a plan and finalizing a plan and putting together that whole, construction process and everything to bring that to fruition. The goal had been to have that in place by the board's return August 3rd. And because of the difficulties with that industry right now, that just has not happened.
Gotcha. And you're thinking that's 3 months away.
Has been we've been in this process now for, frankly, almost a year, and it's been really a struggle. So.
Right. And your best guess is that it'll be an additional 3 months at best.
Correct.
Okay. Well, you know what? I do appreciate you coming and talking with us tonight, because, it is 5:30 and it is time to start the public meeting. And I don't think we had quite enough time for this. So maybe it might be a good idea that we could get maybe monthly updates. You know what I mean? Maybe we can have that so we can continue, so the commission and the public can just continue to know where we're at on this path to getting back open, because you're indicating that there is like you guys are hearing that there is a a demand for virtual. And I'm also hearing that, hey, it'd be really nice to get back, meet in person. I think there's room for both of them. So, and I know that we're headed in that direction to accommodate both of those. So just because of the lateness of the hour, I think we're going to have to just continue this to, just for updates.
Yeah.
So thank you very much.
You bet. Thank you. And we know that that's very important to the community. So thank you.
Yes. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. Okay, Mr. McNeely, it is 5:31 and the public meeting starts at 5:30. Do you want to continue? We've got, let's see, 1, 2, 3. We've got a couple of more updates. Do you want to do that? Just continue that to after the meeting? So we don't hold up.
Sure, we certainly can continue to discuss any of those items. All of your long-range planning updates, which are items 3 through 6, are ones we always update you on. There are no significant changes. The commissioners can all read all of those. There's really nothing else we need to discuss. On item 5, of the commissioners who are active in the Renewable Energy Ordinance Advisory Group, they are encouraged to give their comments online through our Conevo site, and Melissa can assist with that. She's sent out a link. If anybody needs that sent again, she can certainly send it again. And then we did want to remind you that on the 6th, as we've emailed with you, item 6 on your study session agenda, that we are tentatively having a joint city county planning and zoning commission virtual study session August 11th. So just a reminder about that, that's in your study session notes. Other than that, there's really nothing else to discuss.
Okay, then you know what? We'll go ahead and call the study session done then. And we will go ahead and move into, my clock shows 5:32. So we are going to go ahead and move into the public hearing.
Madam Chair,
yes.
This is Commissioner Best. Do we have a time on the 11th for that meeting, the joint meeting?
Thank you, Commissioner Best and Madam Chair. We do not have a time for that yet. As soon as we do have something, I will be getting that out to you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Mr. McNeely. We'll be looking for that updated information. Okay, so it is 5:33 and I'm going to call the meeting to order. So I'm going to start with the meeting rules and procedures. Welcome to the July 28th, 2021 Coconino County Planning and Zoning Commission. Cases will be heard in the order they appear on the agenda. Following the staff presentation, the applicant and/or the applicant's representative may address the commission. As an applicant, if you agree with the staff report and have no additional information, please feel free to keep your comments brief. Any relevant comments are welcome. Following the applicant's presentation, I will make a call to the public. If you wish to address this case, please state your name and address. We ask that your comments be limited to 3 minutes or less. Comments must be relevant to the case. Please address all comments to the commission. No matter how strongly you may feel about the case, all comments must be polite and courteous. After all interested public have spoken, the public comment portion will be closed. Discussion will then take place amongst commissioners. No additional public comments may be made unless requested by a commissioner. Decisions of this commission regarding any zone change or preliminary subdivision plat approval are referred to the Board of Supervisors as a recommendation. All other case decisions are binding unless appealed to the Board of Supervisors. If you disagree with the commission's decision, you have 15 days to appeal. Please contact staff at the Community Development Office for appeal procedures. Due to the virtual nature of this meeting, I will be doing a roll call vote of the commissioners to ensure accuracy for the record. Please mute your speakers and turn off your camera. And thank you all for joining us this evening and actively participating in our county planning. Mr. McNeely, I'm going to ask, do you see Commissioner Baca with us this evening?
Madam Chair, let me run through the participants real quick. Looks like we've got 39 participants. There are a few participants that aren't identified by name, such as just by a computer type or by a phone.
Okay, I'm not seeing him. Let me just
Right.
reach out. Commissioner Baca, are you with us this evening? If so, please unmute and let us know. Okay, all right. I think that he is not with us. I just needed to get the list of the commissioners that were present. With that, Mr. McNeely, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Absolutely. Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Zach, for getting the flag up there. So if you all would join me, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, and thank you, Mr. McNeely. The second item on the agenda tonight is the election of officers. So last month we discussed this, so we're going to move to a motion.
Chair Ontiveros, I would like to go forward with that. I would like to move that the current chair and vice chair be elected for another term in their current positions.
I'll second that.
Okay, I've got a motion by Commissioner Ruggles and a second by Commissioner Clifford that the officers remain the same, being Chair Ontiveros and Vice Chair Walters. All in favor, please say aye. Commissioner Ruggles?
Aye.
Commissioner Clifford?
Aye.
Commissioner Williams?
Aye.
Commissioner Burton?
Aye.
Commissioner Best?
Aye.
Commissioner Walters?
Aye.
And this is Chair Ontiveros. I vote aye, and the motion passes unanimously. The next item on the agenda is the approval of the June 30th, 2021 minutes. Do any of the commissioners have any questions, modifications, or corrections? If not, let's go ahead and move to a motion in a second on this, please.
I make a motion for approval of the minutes for the June 30th, 2021.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, I've got a motion by Commissioner Walters and a second by Commissioner Ruggles for approval of the June 30th, 2021 minutes. All of those in favor, please say aye. Commissioner Ruggles?
Aye.
Commissioner Clifford?
Aye.
Commissioner Williams?
Aye.
Commissioner Burton?
Aye.
Commissioner Best?
Abstain.
Commissioner Walters?
Aye.
And Chair Ontiveros, I also vote aye. The motion passes unanimously. We are now going to move to public hearings. And this is where, Mr. Schwartz, would you like, I believe it was item number 4. It looks like, if I'm understanding this correctly, it looks like that will be heading to a continuance. And if that is the case, I would like to, per the commission's bylaws, the chair may change the order of the applicants at the public hearing. And so is it, Mr. Schwartz, is that still the intent?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. This is Zach Schwartz with Planning and Zoning staff. We do have the case ZC 21008, which is a request for a zone change from the general zone to the manufactured home park zone. The applicant has requested a continuance to the August 25th, 2021 hearing. So that's next hearing, in order to address some complaints that were brought to staff by a neighboring property owner. And I have attached in the staff report those complaints. And staff does recommend that the commission grants the continuance so that the applicant can work with the affected property owner in order to mitigate the concerns noted. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions or comments from the commission.
Okay, I am not seeing any. So let's go ahead. This case has been moved. Case number 4 has been moved to the first place. So let's go ahead and take a motion for continuance in a second on this one, please.
Okay, I would like to do that. I move that case ZC-21-008 be continued to the August 25th, 2021 commission hearing.
A second.
Okay, I've got a motion by Commissioner Ruggles and a second by Commissioner Burton that case number ZC-21-008 be continued to the next hearing on August 25th, 2021. All of those in favor, please say aye. Commissioner Ruggles?
Aye.
Commissioner Clifford?
Aye.
Commissioner Williams?
Aye.
Commissioner Burton?
Aye.
Commissioner Best?
Aye.
Commissioner Walters?
Aye.
This is Chair Ontiveros, and I also vote aye. The motion passes unanimously. So now the next case will be case number CUP 21-00033.
Do you want me to stick around for anything? Have a good night. Thank you, Madam Chair. This is Jess McNeely with planning staff, and this case is being managed by Kelly Bingham on our staff. So Kelly, thank you for sharing your screen, and go ahead and give your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. McNeely. Can everyone see my screen and hear me okay?
Yep, you're good to go.
Kelly, if you
Thank
go
you.
up to if you go up to display settings, you can swap displays and that'll change it so we just see the main slide.
Thank you. It looks like my Zoom bar is hiding the display settings.
Well,
I don't know.
if you go up, it's right there. I can see it on my screen.
Sorry to interrupt you.
Okay, let me see if I can hide this. All right, does that look better to everybody?
Perfect.
Thank you. All right, CUP 2133 is a modification of CUP 20056. The property owner is Babbitt Ranches. And each of these towers, actually there's only one tower, and it's going to take up a 2-acre portion of the 527.84 acre parcel. And this is going to allow for a 263-foot Met tower, meteorological tower. As you can see, there are 6 towers that were previously approved with CUP 20056. If you can see number 7 right here in red, this is the additional tower that would be modified to include. The elevations of the tower are included here. You can see that the design does include guy wires. And on the left side of the screen, you will see some sample pictures of what the site looks like. It is mostly open prairie land. There are also some pinyon and juniper areas of this parcel. CUP 2056 was approved in December. And a reminder that these towers are required in order to test the meteorological conditions for viability of a wind farm. So for some clarification for the public, this is not a wind farm. This is just to test viability of a wind farm. Because this design does include guy wires, bird diverters are required by Arizona Game and Fish Department. And because the tower is over 200 feet, remember it's 263 feet, a blinking red light is proposed on the tower. Citizen participation meeting was waived because it is so remote. The Navajo Nation and Arizona State Land Department were notified, and no comments were received on this modification. So for the analysis, Met towers are an allowed use. This is a very, very isolated location. It's not visible from any highways or roadways. It is consistent with the policies of the comp plan. And because it is 263 feet in height, it does need to meet requirements for FAA lighting. That's the Federal Aviation Administration, but it does not exceed those requirements. I am proposing one correction. Thank you, Jessica Simmons. She's our urban wildlife planner. Instead of 10 feet, we propose 10 meters along all guy wires, consistent with Arizona Game and Fish guidelines. Here are the findings of fact. And we recommend approval with the recommended conditions and the proposed corrections. Are there any questions from the commission?
Yes, I have a question. This is Commissioner Best. Do all of the other towers have blinking red lights as well?
Thank you, Commissioner Best. Great question. Because the other towers are below 200 feet, they do not have any lights. This is the only one that would have one red blinking light.
And will this tower be coming down if there is a facility put in here? But my direct question is this: if we're going to have a blinking red light out there, I'm comfortable with it as an interim installation, but in the long run, it should be on the same radar-based system that we hope all the towers are on. So,
absolutely.
So I'd like, I don't know if you want to make a condition or if we already know it's coming down after 5 years. I think we have a 5-year window on this one.
Thank you, Commissioner Best. Yes. From my understanding, this project is intended to be left up for 3 years. The applicant can comment on that if they choose, but that is what they have proposed to us.
Well, I think I'm reading this right. We gave them 5. Yeah. And I'm comfortable with it. It's pretty remote, but just in the long run, we don't want a blinking red light that is not in the FAA radar system. So I'll just make that comment.
Thank you, Commissioner Best. Are there any other comments from the commission?
I'm not seeing any. So with that, I'm going to ask if the applicant or the applicant's representative would like to address the commission on this evening. And I will throw out the question and ask if you have received the staff report, if you agree with the conditions as written.
This is Terrence Cantorna with Pattern Energy. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can. You're pretty soft.
Okay,
but go ahead.
Is this any better?
Yes, that is much better, at least for me. Okay, could you please state your full name and address for the record, and then go ahead and address the commission.
This is Terrence Cantorna. My address is 701 Wendell Street, Houston, Texas, 77009. I'm the applicant on behalf of Pattern Energy. First off, I'd like to thank Planning and Zoning Commissioners for your consideration. I'd also like to thank Kelly Bingham in the Department of Community Development for your efforts. I agree with the report submitted to Commission by the Department of Community Development. Commissioner Best, to address your question about the temporary nature of the Met Towers. We intend for the Met Towers to be temporary. Should there be a long-term application for a wind farm, the expectation would be that it would conform to the applicable regs, and we would be subject to the same standards for radar mitigation on blinking red lights.
Okay, I'm going to ask if the commissioners have any questions for the applicant's representative right now. Okay, and seeing none, I'm going to ask if there is anyone in the public that wishes to address the commission on this case this evening. If so, please unmute and I will see you. Okay, and I am not seeing anyone from the public. So in that case, I'm going to go ahead and close it to the public, open it up at commission level. And Commissioner Ruggles, we'll go ahead and start with you.
Okay, I've had the opportunity to review this, of course, and to review the conditions, but I do have one comment, and I think this might be helpful, that the screen I'm seeing right now just simply says recommendations and the recommended conditions and their proposed corrections. But for the public viewing this, they're not going to know what those conditions are. And it would be very helpful in the future if we see a screen like this where we have the recommendations, that the recommended conditions are also presented for that reason. Otherwise, I have no problem with the CUP and can make findings for it. No problem. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Ruggles. And I do agree with your comment to have the recommended conditions up there, just so everyone, there's just full disclosure, so everyone knows what we're talking about. So thank you for that. Commissioner Clifford?
I can make the findings for this.
Okay, Commissioner Williams?
Yes, I can make the findings.
Okay, Commissioner Burton?
I can make the findings.
Okay, Commissioner Best?
Thank you to Mr. Cantorna for addressing the lighting issue, and I can make the findings.
Okay, Commissioner Walters?
I also can make the findings. Thank you.
Okay, this is Chair Ontiveros. I can as well. So I will accept a motion in a second, please.
I'll move that we approve CUP 21-033.
Okay, I'll second that.
Okay, I've got a motion by Commissioner Burton and a second by Commissioner Ruggles for approval of CUP 21-033. All in favor, please say aye. Commissioner Ruggles?
Aye.
Commissioner Clifford?
Aye.
Commissioner Williams?
Aye.
Commissioner Burton?
Aye.
Commissioner Best?
Aye.
Commissioner Walters?
Aye.
And this is Chair Ontiveros. I also vote aye. The motion passes unanimously. The next item on the agenda is case number CUP 21-042.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Ms. Bingham is managing this case as well, and I see that she's sharing her screen, so she will give a presentation. Thanks, Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. McNeely. All right, once more, can everyone see my screen okay and hear me all right?
Yep, looks good.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. All right, similarly to the last case, this is a request for Met Towers. In this case, they're going to be located on the Osborne Blair Enterprises land, commonly known as Blair Ranch. This is a correction from your commission packet, so please note that. There will be 3 parcels included, totaling 42,944 acres. All of these towers will be under 200 feet, only 197 feet each. You can see a map of these here. They are just to the west of Highway 64. But keep in mind the scale of these parcels as well. They are quite a distance from the highway. Once again, you can see that the elevations include guy wires in the design. And the photo that you're seeing is taken from Highway 64. Again, the land is pretty open. There is some pinyon juniper involved as well. Once again, these are required to test the viability of a wind farm. And because they will be using guy wires, bird diverters are required as approved by Arizona Game and Fish Department. Notice was sent on May 12th to 246 addresses, and the public meeting was held on May 26th. The Arizona Game and Fish Department and the Arizona State Land Department were also notified. 14 people attended the public meeting, and 2 written comments were submitted. Again, Met towers are an allowed use in the general zone with the approval of a conditional use permit. Because these towers are less than 200 feet in height, they do not require lighting for the FAA requirements. And this application is consistent with the policies of the comprehensive plan. Here are your findings of fact. And again, we are proposing a correction from 10 feet to 10 meters on condition 7 regarding bird diverters. Staff recommends approval of CUP 2142. Are there any comments or questions from the commission?
Yes, I have one for you, Kelly. I noted in the analysis that it discussed the public participation meeting, and it referenced the fact that it would be attached. I did not find it there in the packet anywhere. I tend to rely on a lot of that information that is presented by the public from these meetings. So I think it's a very important thing to make sure that it is in the packet. But that being said, the 2 written comments that you just mentioned, could you give us a synopsis of what those were?
Absolutely, Commissioner Best. Thank you for bringing that up. Would you like me to pull them up on the screen as well?
That would be very helpful.
All right, I will go ahead and do that for you. All right, is everyone seeing this on their screens?
We can see it, but it is not readable to me because the screen is so small.
Thank you, Chair Ontiveros.
Oh, that's good.
All right, so this is a message from Alan Wynn. The main concerns were whether or not the towers would be located on the property of people who wrote the emails. And questions if the company is intending to use the property. I'll give you a moment to read it. If you have any questions, I'm sure I or the applicant can answer them for you.
Commissioner Ruggles, are you able to read that?
Just barely. It's pretty small type, so I'm having a little trouble reading it. There we go.
My apologies. Here we go.
Okay, thank you. I don't know if the other commissioners have finished reading this, but I have, in this case, this comment.
Yeah, I honestly, I don't know why I'm not able, it's kind of coming up like blurry on some of the lines, so I'm not able to read it. Could you just share with the commission what it says?
I can do that, Chair Ontiveros, yes. The question is posed, does the company intend to use my property? Hypothetically, if the wind turbines are installed, would they buy the property from the owners or lease it? The person who wrote this email is wondering if perhaps they might buy the land as they've received a lot of offers on their land. And we're just wondering if the company might potentially be interested in buying their land eventually.
Okay. Okay, are there other ones, Commissioner Ruggles? Were there other comments that you were looking to get clarification on?
I think there was a second one also.
There was a second comment. Let me pull that up on the screen for you as well. All right, here's the comment. I'll zoom in as much as I can here. This question is, where do I find info to see if MET involves my property? Thank you. And that is the comment.
Okay.
And if the applicant has any comments, if I'm including anything or not including anything that the commission needs to see, please let me know.
Okay, thank you, Kelly. The reason I asked about that, of course, that I stated, and it's always good to see what the public comments are on something like this. And additionally, for those attending a meeting like this using Zoom, it's also pertinent and may give them a better understanding of what kind of questions are posed for this type of CUP. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Ruggles.
Okay. Are there any other questions from commissioners for Ms. Bingham at this time? Okay.
Yes, this is
okay, go ahead,
Clifford.
Commissioner Clifford.
Okay, when I was reading through this, I was under the impression that all of these Met towers were going to be on the ranch land. Is there some leased land that the ranch is leasing that some of these towers are going to go on? Because the one person asked if they were going to be put on their property. And is the ranch leasing property from these owners?
Thank you for the question, Commissioner Clifford. That is a great point to clarify. There was some confusion about this when the notice went out. However, from my understanding and from the applicant's understanding, all of this will be located on ranch land.
Okay, thank you. That clears up some of these questions that were submitted by the public as if it was going to be on their private land. So thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you for that clarification. Any other questions from the commissioners? Okay, not seeing any, I'm going to ask if the applicant or the applicant's representative would like to address the commission. And I would also like to ask if you have read the staff report and if you agree with the conditions.
Thank you.
You know what? You are breaking up really bad. I cannot hear you.
This is Terrence Cantorda. Thank you to the commissioners for your consideration. Thank you. Let's try this again. Can you hear me any better now?
That is better, somewhat better.
I apologize for the bad phone communication. Thank you, commissioners. Thank you, Kelly. I agree with the report, subject to one.
We lost you again.
Hi, this is Jill Graham. So I'm the applicant's representative on this. So I think I can speak for Terrence Cantorna with Pattern Energy.
Okay,
And
Ms. Grams, can I have you state your address for the record, please?
yes, my address is 1319 North Navajo Drive, Flagstaff, Arizona.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Grams, and go ahead and continue.
So yes, on behalf of Pattern Energy, thank you to the Planning and Zoning Commission and the Community Development staff. We have read the staff report and the conditions and do agree with those conditions. And I would just add that we did have a virtual public meeting for this project. I would say for this kind of project, it was very well attended. And we had a lot of very good questions. And there was a lot of confusion on the part of the public in terms of where this project was and if it was located on their property or not. So we did field a lot of questions regarding that at the meeting, as well as those letters that you saw included. But we did clear that information up with anyone who asked.
Okay, and thank you for that additional clarification on that issue. I appreciate it. Do any of the commissioners have questions for Ms. Grams at this time? Okay, I'm not seeing any, so I'm going to ask if there is anyone in the public that wishes to address the commission on this case this evening. If so, please unmute. Okay, it looks like we have a CAS info at Coconino
Astronomical Society, but actually this is Ann Whitkey. I live at 1616 North Owl Road, Flagstaff, Arizona. And that's
can you spell your last name, please, for the record?
Wittke.
Okay, thank you. Yes, and please go ahead and address the commission.
Okay, and we do have some property about 7 miles west of Valley where my husband has his observatory. So we're wondering, one, if there's going to be any light issue, and I take it that it's going to be on the radar grid if the towers are approved. Also, looking at the map, it looks like it's like right next to Valley Airport. And I thought that they don't use the airport very much, but they do have an air show there once a year. And I think private planes might fly out of it. Are these towers going to be in the way of planes landing and taking off? Hello?
Yes, okay, thank you for those questions. There is not going to be any lights on the Met Towers. I cannot speak to the question of the proximity to the airport. Mr. Short? Or no, who actually, I'm sorry, Ms. Bingham.
Thank you, Chair Ontiveros. I might defer that question to the applicant or any other staff members who are knowledgeable. My understanding is that because the towers are only 200 feet in height, they do not require any lighting, and there is no wind farm going in yet. It is just 4 Met Towers, that this would not interfere, but I am not knowledgeable in this area and invite anyone else to clarify.
Okay, could I ask the applicant to clarify that the proximity to the airport and if these Met Towers would interfere with any kind of flight patterns?
This is Terrence Canforna with Pattern Energy on behalf of the applicant.
Okay, we can hear you now, so please go ahead.
Great. I do want to clarify that these are for the Met Towers. These are not for turbines. These Met Towers are less than 200 feet tall, and we've set them back from the airport. We don't require FAA approval, and we've set them back sufficiently far from the runway that we don't expect that it creates a problem.
Okay,
Yeah, ask what that, this is Vice Chair Walters. May I ask what that distance is, please?
I'm sorry, I don't have the map directly in front of me, but we've set back from the airport several miles.
Understood. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And will there be some kind of flags or something on the tower that, you know, pilots can notice when they're approaching?
No, because of the height of them, they're under a height to have to do that.
Okay.
What if the
And also, are they going to be having like solar panels there too? I saw that the Long Point generation project was going to have solar panels. Is this one just for wind?
No, this one, all we're talking about tonight for clarification are Met towers. And so that is the only thing that's under consideration tonight.
And then the other question is, since they are putting in roads to access the Met towers, will this affect the land properties that are currently west of Valley or Grand Canyon Junction?
I do not have the answer for that. Would the applicant please speak to this?
Yes. We will not be installing any new roads. Again, the scope of this application is for a Met tower. We'll be using the existing roads, and we will not be required to build any new roads for these installations.
Thank you. Okay, are there any additional questions or comments? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to ask if there is anyone else in the public who wishes to address the commission on this case this evening. Okay, and seeing none, I'm going to go ahead and close it to the public and open it at commission level. Commissioner Ruggles.
Okay, okay. I appreciate the presentation on this. I can certainly make the findings for this. And at that point, I'll turn it over to the rest of the commission.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Ruggles. Commissioner Clifford.
I can make the findings to approve.
Okay, Commissioner Williams.
I too can vote for approval.
Okay, Commissioner Burton.
I can make the findings.
Okay, Commissioner Best.
I would comment that number one, these towers are fairly close to Highway 64, which is a gateway to the Grand Canyon. I realize these are only Met towers, not wind turbines, but I definitely don't want to give the applicant the impression that by approving these, that I would approve wind turbines in the same location. We're going through an ordinance process at the moment. The applicant is part of it, so he knows the drill, but this is definitely pretty close to 64. My second comment would be to ask Commissioner Walters, when it gets to him, is he comfortable flying into this airport with these towers? If not, I think maybe we should get an FAA opinion. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Best. Great questions. Commissioner Walters.
To answer Commissioner's Best question, with this being several miles away, I am very comfortable with it. At that elevation, we should have no interference or even a threat of an interference. Secondly, I can make the findings.
Okay, thank you. And this is Chair Ontiveros, and I also can make the findings for approval of the Met towers. So I'll accept a motion and a second. And on this one, we do need to be sure that on condition number 4, we modify it to say 10 meters, not 10 feet.
Okay, I guess I'll go for this. I move for approval of CUP 21-042 with the conditions as stated by staff, with the modification from 10 feet to 10 meters.
I second that.
Okay, I'm not sure who got in there. I definitely heard Chair Walters. So I'm going to say I have a motion by Commissioner Ruggles and a second by Commissioner Walters for approval of CUP 21-042, modifying condition number 4 to read 10 meters, not 10 feet. All of those in favor, please say aye. Commissioner Ruggles?
Aye.
Commissioner Clifford?
Aye.
Commissioner Williams?
Aye.
Commissioner Burton?
Aye.
Commissioner Best?
Aye.
Commissioner Walters?
Aye.
And this is Chair Ontiveros, and I also vote aye, so the motion passes unanimously. Mr. McNeely, I would like to ask you a procedural question here. On the previous case, CUP 21-033, the motion did not include the modification on condition number 4 to change it to 10 meters instead of 10 feet. How do we get back to that to address that?
So, Madam Chair, this is Jess with Community Development staff. If in that case, and I did not catch the detail on that, if in the staff's, if staff had presented to the commission what that proposed change is, and if the motion was to approve as recommended by staff, it would include that change. So I may need someone else's memory on here. If we need to go back, we can simply just go back to that agenda item and take another motion that would supersede the previous motion.
Okay, Commissioner Ruggles, you were the one that made the motion. Do you remember if you said as presented by staff?
Well, I'm not too old to remember what I said, and I did not make a part of the motion the change from 10 feet to 10 meters. And I think all it would take would be a motion to amend the previous motion.
Okay.
To do that, in which case
Okay.
I could do that.
Let's do it so we have the record clear with no small details. I realize this may seem to those with us tonight that this is a lot, but we've got to keep the record very clear and the details very accurate. So Commissioner Ruggles, would you please, going back to CUP 21-033, please present an amended motion.
Okay, I move to amend the approval of case number CUP-21-033 for condition 4 to read 10 meters as opposed to what was passed, which was 10 feet in the condition.
Okay.
And I second that.
Okay, I have a motion by Commissioner Ruggles and a second by Commissioner Walters to amend the motion to CUP 21-033, modifying condition number 4 to state every 10 meters, not 10 feet. All of those in favor, please say aye. Commissioner Ruggles?
Aye.
Commissioner Clifford?
Aye.
Commissioner Williams?
Aye.
Commissioner Burton?
Aye.
Commissioner Best?
Aye.
Commissioner Walters?
Aye.
And this is Chair Ontiveros. I also vote aye. The amended motion passes unanimously. The next item on the agenda is case number ZC 21-004 and SUB 21-007.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is Jess McNeely with staff, and Bob is managing this case. He's already shared his screen. So thank you, Bob. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the commission. Can everyone hear me okay?
You're great, Bob.
Okay, thanks. This case is the Shadow Mountain Wells change of zoning regulations and preliminary subdivision plat. In this case, the owners are Fuelco Travel Center and Utility Source LLC, both of Queen Creek, Arizona. The applicant is Tim Campbell, also of Queen Creek, Arizona. The location is on the west side, adjacent to the Pilot Travel Center in Belmont. The current zoning is PC, Planned Community with CH 10,000 standards applied. The size of the parcel is 11.2 acres. The request is a change of zoning regulations in the PC zone from CH 10,000 standards to modified RM 10A standards with approval of a master development plan. And the second request is a preliminary subdivision plat approval of an 84 lot duplex development. This is a vicinity map showing the subject properties. They are right off of the Belmont exit, and as I said, right next to the pilot station on the north side of Interstate 40. And this is an aerial photo showing the subject properties. As you can see, the property to the right is one of the properties contains the tanks for utility source. And there's also a standpipe right here. You can see the entrance and exit of the standpipe. So there's active water sales going on right here in this location. The other property is completely undeveloped. It does contain quite a bit of fill on it. And this is a photograph of the subject property. You can see in the background the water tanks and the pilot station built up higher, also on fill from a long time ago. In the foreground, I want you to note there are prairie dogs on the property. Here's a couple of burrows right here, and we'll talk more about those in a minute. And again, the development proposal is an 84 unit duplex development on individual lots, along with amenities such as a park and a playground. The applicant is proposing private streets, sidewalks, and facilities that would be maintained by the HOA. So it's a completely private development. A portion of the property would also retain the utility facility use. That's the tanks, the wells. There's also wells on this site. We'll see those in a minute, and the standpipe. So this is an integrated subdivision. It's mixed use. It's mixed. These tanks and wells and the standpipe are all mixed into the subdivision. Actually, the wells are more mixed in than the tanks. Now, these are the proposed RM10A standards, and as some commissioners have seen before, out in Belmont in the planned community zone, you are allowed to change the development standards, and that's what the applicant is proposing at this time, to change this from the commercial to a residential type standard. In this case, it's more of a mixed use, and we'll talk about that in a minute. The proposed development has a density of 10 units per acre. The lot area is actually per subdivision plat. Rather than specifying a particular lot area, it appeared that that's the best way to do it. But the lots range in size from about 2,100 square feet to 3,300 square feet. The smaller lots there are, I believe, only 5 or so lots on the property that have 1-car garages rather than 2 in smaller units. So that's the difference in this lot width, 24 versus a 31. The 24-foot wide lots are small, have smaller dwellings on them, and also like 1-car garages. The depth is 93 feet. And in terms of front yard setbacks, the applicant has requested 2 different types of setback, one for the garage area, that's 20 feet, and the other for the house area, that's only 10 feet. The reason that you have the garage area wider like that is so you can park 2 cars in the driveway. And that's important in this development, that they have plenty of parking. In this case, most of the housing has a 2-car garage and also 2 additional parking spaces in the driveway. That's pretty normal, as you know, for residential properties. In terms of side setbacks, the interior of the duplex is of course 0. These are duplexes. There is a firewall at the property line, and each of those units is owned separately on a separate lot. The exterior of the duplex would be 5 feet. That's exterior side, and that includes both the interior side lots and the street side lots. They're all 5 feet. They're all requested at 5 feet. The rear yard is 10 feet. The lot coverage is 75%, which is obviously quite a large percentage, and the building height is 30. They are providing covered off-street parking spaces per dwelling. They are providing at least 2, and that is in the garage. And there are also 12 open off-street parking, guest parking spots. So in this case, if you look at the standards for the RM10A zone, it would actually, based on the number of units, it would require 17. But the fact that there are so many additional parking spaces in the garages and with some of these other units, staff believes that 12 would be sufficient in this case. Goes. Okay, this is the master development plan for the property. As you can see, there's a park in the middle, and there are sidewalks around the development on one side of the street. This has been pretty standard with county developments. You can see the sidewalks come in, the sidewalks go around the park. So there's lots of good pedestrian movement through the site. There is also, and this is based on the Belmont area plan policies and the future land use map. At the back of the property, there is an 8-foot footpath. And what staff is trying to do as developments come in, we're requiring this 8-foot footpath back here at the back. You can see this one connection that gets back there. And staff has also conditioned an additional connection over here. Basically, it just needs to be a gate because there's already a driveway to walk on here. I do want to point out and make sure you understand that as this path gets closer to the pottage station over here, it goes straight uphill. So at some point, staff may allow that to be cut off. And we do have some more planning to do to determine how this pathway will go around the Belmont area as shown on the future land use map for Belmont. You can also see that there is a pathway in the front that goes back to the pottage station. Since this is not that usable of a path, we would like to see a pathway that goes to the pottage station. People can walk right out of the subdivision and over to the pottage station, basically via the standpipe. There, they can walk through there. So that is an easier way to get there. This is within the right-of-way for Brannigan Park. So this is something that our county engineer and public works will need to comment on to see, and we'll talk about that again later about what kind of improvements would go along Brannigan Park, including this area that's in the right of way. The initial response from our county engineer was that that would be allowable along with some landscaping that you'll see later on as we move forward. Okay, so in addition to the RM10A standards, the modifications there, these are some additional zoning modifications. And the first one is that the existing utility uses, the wells, the tanks, and the water standpipe are permitted by right. So they're permitted by right within this modified type zoning that they're looking at here. Another one is that outdoor lighting will be subject to the City of Flagstaff lighting standards. And I talked to our dark sky specialist about this, and he indicated that the county is in the process of adopting new lighting standards that are very similar to the City of Flagstaff, and that it's best to go ahead and put those in now when we get a chance. And I think this is a good time to do that. So I went ahead and added that in. Our staff is recommending that as part of this zoning modification. There are a few more standards that they're looking at. The applicant has requested fencing around this development. The first one is a 7-foot 2-inch metal fencing that's up against the Pilot Travel Center to create a buffer. And then they're looking at open fencing on 2 sides of the property, and I'll show you that in the fencing map in a minute. And also a solid 6-foot masonry wall along West Brannigan Park Road. None of those meet our current fencing standards, but I think there's a good argument for them, and we'll look at that. This is the preliminary plat for the subdivision. I want you to note that there are the 84 lots of the subdivision, of course. This right here is track P. So track P would contain the tanks and the standpipe. In addition to that, there are also 4 wells on the property that are integrated into the subdivision. This would be at track A, track B, track K, and track J. And hopefully I got that right. That's all listed over here in the tracks for the subdivision. Track I would be open space for the subdivision. And this is these are the fencing plan for the subdivision. That would be the 7-foot 2-inch metal wall on this side. That is, I'm not sure if it is on here. Let's see. Yep, that's it. That's the metal wall right there. So that's the 7-foot wall. It'd be right along 2 over here. They're proposing this open fence, 6 foot 8 inches in height. That's about 8 inches higher than normal fencing. It does have a retaining wall at the bottom and then open fencing at the top. So this north side opens to the Forest Service land. So that makes for a really nice way of sitting in your backyard and looking back at the Forest Service. So it's going to be all open along here and open along this side as well. They are requesting a 6-foot masonry wall along the frontage of the property. This is something that's not normal with most residential developments. And that's primarily to keep it from looking like a compound. This is sort of a compound as it is a gated community. One of the things that you should consider when thinking about this fence is that when you're on Brannigan Parkway, you're looking down on the subdivision. So you really are seeing it. It doesn't have that compound effect you would normally get from having a fence along the frontage. And you also have to remember that this is right next to Babbitt Travel Center, and there is possibly some security concerns with having a lot of activity right next door. This is a landscape plan for the subdivision. It proposes both native landscaping and also drought tolerant landscaping. It's very similar to the Shadow Mountain Village landscaping if you were here and you saw that case. And these are some of the design elements for the subdivision. You can see this is the entry gate. As I said, this is proposed as a gated subdivision. This is the entry design. This is the light that would be on the houses. And this is the mailbox. So it just has different elements here. I do want to point out that up here, it does outline project lighting data. This particular proposal may be modified to meet the Flagstaff requirement, the Flagstaff lighting ordinance requirement. So this may not be applicable. If it is more lighting than would be allowed, and I think it is. This is the park plan. You can see the different elements of the park. You can see the playground and then different other elements that are proposed for the park. It kind of gives you a general design of what the park would look like. These are the cross sections for the streets. Again, these are private streets. They would be built and maintained by the developer. They would not be turned over to the county as public rights of way. This is the entry cross section, which has 25-foot travel lanes just right at the entry and a 4-foot sidewalk on one side. And this is the internal streets, which are 14-foot travel lanes and a 4-foot sidewalk on one side. I want to talk a little about transportation and engineering. There is a small area of floodplain on the west side of the development, and the engineering supervisor has indicated that they very likely may require they may need a letter of map revision. That's called a LOMR. because there is development, part of that fence, part of the development is proposed in that floodplain. And what that would do is just remove the floodplain so that the development could go forward. Otherwise, they would need a floodplain development permit. We did get a transportation impact statement. It was fairly brief. And the indications from Public Works and from the engineering supervisor is that we will need an updated transportation impact analysis. And all improvements identified must be completed by the developer. I believe the assistant county engineer is here and he can answer questions about these things for you. I wasn't able to get comments early on with the subdivision because they have been very busy with all the flooding that has been happening around the county and the city. I also want to point out that those improvements along Brannigan Way, they may include a turn lane, they could include bike lanes. There are other improvements that might be identified in that TIA or that the county engineer determines are required. And this is that floodplain. You can see it's a very small section of floodplain. The main floodplain runs to the west. There's a large floodplain here, but this is the section that would have to be removed through that process if that's what the applicant would like to do. And this is also the floodplain to the west of the subject property. That's a culvert that goes under West Brannigan Park and also under Interstate 40. As I said before, there are prairie dog burrows on this property. The wildlife planner indicated that she had found approximately 75 prairie dog burrows on the property. And another thing she has told me, she's here as well if you have questions for her. But I didn't know this until I heard it from the wildlife planner. And that is if you start a development like this, and there are prairie dogs on the site, they don't tend to leave the site. They tend to stay on the site, crawl down in their burrows. And of course, if they do that and the site's developed, they would be killed. So because of that, we do have this wildlife condition. And this is very similar to condition we had last month for another subdivision. It reads, the applicant shall translocate all prairie dogs, as many as can be reasonably captured on the subject properties, to an appropriate location as determined by the urban wildlife planner prior to approval of a final plat during the months of June, July, or August. And she's indicating that they would probably be removed during July, starting the first day of July, July 1st. The HOA shall provide all buyers with a copy of a non-lethal management guide for Gunnison's prairie dogs by Habitat Harmony. There's the website for that, or include relevant portions or a link to the document in the CCNRs. It's important to note that often when prairie dogs are removed from a site, that other prairie dogs come back and repopulate that site. So it's very possible, if not totally likely, that the prairie dogs will be back once the development is completed. And these are some policies and goals from the comprehensive plan that apply to this particular case. Adequate emergency services, of course, and an emergency access route shall be considered in reviewing major developments and subdivisions. There is one, I don't think I pointed that out earlier, sorry about that, but there is an emergency access route. Ensure a range of housing choices in a variety of communities. And of course, this is a fairly unique housing type for us, for the county, and they are smaller housing. Some of them are smaller houses, smaller units that would be more affordable, although they may not meet our definition of affordability. The comprehensive plan does discourage gated communities. But as I said, in this case, there's Brannigan Road goes by, there's an access to Brannigan Road. If you go north of the subdivision, it's national forest. There's no reason to go through there. It is next to a pilot travel center. I think there are lots of good reasons to allow this to be a gated community. And of course, the county supports platted subdivisions over lot splits. And the county will work with partners to protect state-sensitive and federally threatened and endangered wildlife. Looks like I'm going backwards. Sorry about that. Okay, this Belmont is within the Flagstaff Area Regional Plan, and the designation of this property is employment area type, and that does provide for mixed-use development as the developer is requesting in this case. And there's also another policy that says consider the compatible integration of residential uses and proposed employment centers to reduce vehicle trips and commute times. I have a few policies from the Belmont Area Plan. The first one is very important. I think this one kind of speaks a lot to this development. It says rezoning requests should be compatible with the Belmont Future Land Use Map. Rezoning requests to change commercial to residential uses within the Rural Activity Center are discouraged. This is actually not within the Rural Activity Center, so that does not apply to this development. In considering rezoning requests to change commercial to residential uses outside of the Rural Activity Center, the mix of additional residential development that is needed to support neighborhood serving commercial in the Rural Activity Center may be analyzed as a factor to support the rezoning. And in a nutshell, what that means is that commissioners may be aware of the fact that you need quite a few people to support neighborhood serving commercial. You need a population. And that's what this is saying, is that if you bring in more people that help support that type of neighborhood serving commercial, then that's what this policy is speaking to. And then, of course, new single-family residential developments should complement the character of the existing architecture within Belmont. And I think this does. This is a picture, showing the potential design of the home, something that the applicant provided. And I wanted to show you this future land use map. This is the Belmont future land use map. It has two different, this is the parcel to the east with the utilities on it. It is designated as public, semi-public services. And this is the parcel to the west. And it is designated commercial, retail, lodging, and mixed use, so that this parcel allows for mixed use. And I also wanted to point out that there is a pedestrian linkage proposed, and that goes along the back of the subdivision right here around Belmont like this, and then it also goes out to the forest like that. So staff is requiring those 8-foot paths for developments that are proposed in this area. If we expect more development in here, that would also have that type of a requirement. We also had an APS substation that was required to do the 8-foot path as well. And the last thing is this is within the quarter-mile pedestrian shed. You can see the purple line around this area. So in this area, especially, you want to have ways for people to get into the center of Belmont, so they can part of the pedestrian design of this. Some more policies from the Belmont Area Plan. The Belmont Area Plan is new, so we have a lot more policies than we had before. Policies dealing with weed management, incorporating park facilities and trail systems and subdivisions, working with Arizona Game and Fish and our wildlife planner, of course, for review of developments. And obviously we've looked at that, and with transportation and multimodal facilities. In terms of citizen participation, the applicant did have a virtual meeting. Everyone, all of the commercial properties on the north side of Belmont and all of the HOAs were invited to the virtual meeting held on April 14th. 4 people attended, and the applicant reports that most attendees supported proposals. This proposal is a good extension of the residential development in Belmont. And that's the most significant comments that they got from that meeting. Staff has not received any comments in this application. These are the findings of fact for a zone change that have all been addressed within the staff report. These are the findings of fact for a preliminary plat. They have also been addressed in the staff report. And I did want to make this one modification of the conditions. Basically, as I was reading the staff report, I realized that I had the condition related to the exterior lighting meeting the City of Flagstaff lighting standards. I had that in the subdivision conditions when actually that should be in the zone change conditions. So basically I removed condition 9 from the preliminary plat conditions and I inserted that in the zone change conditions as condition 5. And on condition 2 here, what condition 2 basically says is that all of these things are part of the record for this zone change. So I indicated that except as modified by these conditions, that would be the lighting section. And then I added this condition to indicate that that part was not approved, that this condition would supersede that. And with that, staff recommends the commission forwards a recommendation that the board approve the zone change and preliminary plat with the conditions in the staff report. Remember that 2 motions are required for this case. ZC 2104, there are actually 2 cases. ZC 2104, change of zoning regulations to approve the master development plan and modified RM 10A zoning standards, and approval of SUB 21007, which is the 84 lot subdivision preliminary plat. And with that, I'll take any questions from the commission.
Mr. Short, this is Vice Chair Walters. I had a couple of concerns. One, I'd like to first get somebody that has a cell phone down on the bottom here, 699-5951. Please mute. I'm not sure if you're causing some of the feedback. Secondly, I'd like to hear from the county engineer on the traffic in this area. I know that there's going to be a traffic analysis. I went out because I'd heard a complaint about the roundabout that was going in, went out to the site, and I know that it's a temporary situation how they're routing vehicles now, but I saw a couple of vehicles were almost run over by semis. Now that we're going to be adding additional traffic to that coming from the west especially, and the new routing is to bring those trucks in around behind the truck stop and feed them out onto that freeway. So there could be a backup on stuff coming off, and there may be a bit of a challenge in that when you come out of the truck stop, there's a dip and then a ramp going back up onto the southbound interchange there. So I'd like the engineer to talk specifically about what he's going to be looking for in that TIA to help me feel more comfortable with this.
Thank you, Commissioner Walters. Nick Hall, our Deputy County Engineer, is here. Nick, can you speak to that?
Yes. Yes. Hello, Madam Chair, Commissioners. I'll address that real quick on the traffic impact analysis and what we'll be looking for and the concerns that are being brought up and making sure that those are addressed. So first, to state the proposed roundabout that's under construction right now, it was built and designed for growth in mind in Belmont. So it does entail more than just current traffic. So it should have capacity for some growth. With that being said, it is now, with this new development coming in with the traffic impact analysis to look at what is built out there now, what will be growth in the future, and with their development, will the roundabout still function successfully? Along with the roundabout, it will also be looking at the interchange to make sure that there's no issues with any of the off ramps coming out or the intersections at the top of the interchange itself. If there are issues that come up that we see that there is so much traffic, that some mitigation is needed, those improvements will be addressed in the traffic impact analysis, and we'll make sure that those are built as part of the subdivision. So if it comes through, the traffic impacts are mitigated.
Okay, thank you for your answer.
Bob Short, are you still there?
Mr. Ruggles, I'm still here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, hey, I just want to thank you and Mark Stento for the way you have addressed lighting as an interim way of getting us down to when we eventually adopt the new lighting ordinance. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Ruggles. I appreciate that.
Okay, do any of the other commissioners have questions for Mr. Short? Okay, seeing none, I am going to ask if the applicant or the applicant's representative would address the commission. And I would also like to ask if the applicant has read the staff report and agree with the conditions as written, including the modifications as stated by staff during the presentation.
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can. Please state your name and address for the record.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Tim Campbell. I reside at 20510 East Sunset Court, Queen Creek, Arizona 85142. I would like to thank Bob Short. I've worked with him on Shadow Mountain Village, and I feel like he does a pretty thorough job of being prepared for these, and we've spent a lot of time on this. I've been involved in a lot of the development in Belmont, and I'm very mindful of the traffic. I'm very mindful of, what the people in Belmont, what kind of growth they're looking for. And I've spent a lot of time trying to make something that would be affordable, but also have some character. And what we did is we've taken a site that historically has been an eyesore. I mean, when they did some major work on the I-40, I don't know, 20, 30 years ago, a lot of that material ended up on this site. And a number of years ago, we crushed all of that and tried to clean up the site. And now, of course, with the development, it has a lot of material on it again. There's also a lot of overhead power lines that are pretty ugly. And part of our thought process was we'd be able to put those underground, kind of clean up the site and have something that would be, a benefit to Belmont and to future residents of Belmont. So we will work with staff on the TIA and making sure that everything with that works. Everything else that Bob presented, we've discussed and we're happy with as far as obliging. And then the last thing I would say is, yeah, the conditions in the staff report are all conditions that we've discussed and that we're 100% on board with. And obviously I'm here to take any questions. I also have Darren Smith on the call, who is one of the architects, designers of this project, and he'd also be able to, field any questions that would specifically relate to those items. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Campbell. Do any of the commissioners have any questions for Mr. Campbell at this time? Okay, seeing none, I am going to ask if there is anyone in the public that wishes to address the commission on this case this evening. If so, please unmute. Okay, it looks like we have CAS info at Coconino Astro again.
Yes, this is Ann Whitkey at 1616 North Owl Road, Flagstaff, Arizona, 86004. And I was just wondering about the western part of the development where they said that it was going to be built over this floodplain and they were going to change the designation of the floodplain. And considering all the flooding issues we've been having in Sunnyside and stuff, I was wondering, are they going to be raising up the land when they build those houses? Are they going to make an accommodation on the floodplain area to compensate for loss of overwash or whatever you want to call it? Or any
Mr. Campbell? Oh, okay, thank you. Mr. Campbell, would you please address that?
Yes, thank you. And I know John Carr is on the line, and we had a conversation a couple of hours ago. There's there's a process involved in doing that. And what that process is figuring out exactly how to get your property outside the flood zone. So what we're looking at is raising this site, the buildable portion of the site. It'd probably be somewhere between 3 and 4.5 feet. We have a company that we've hired that will do that work, working with John and with his staff. And once you get to the point where you can demonstrate that you're out of the flood zone, then you're able to update the FEMA maps for the portion of your property. So it is a whole process, and it's something that we work with staff on. And part of that process is that we mapped the entire meadow going all the way, probably a mile north. It's quite a process of mapping, figuring out how much water is coming down in a 100-year event, and then figuring out how much can flow through the existing drainage channels that go through Brannigan Park and through the I-40. And it's above my pay grade, but yes, that's what we would be doing. And that's, the biggest expense, obviously, of developing this site is having to raise it up. I don't know if John wants to speak further or anybody else.
Yeah, this is John Carr. Good evening, Chair and Commissioners. I'll just make one statement about the floodplain designation for this area. It's known as a approximate zone A. And what that can mean in reality is that it doesn't reflect, oftentimes it doesn't reflect the contours very accurately. Oftentimes we'll find this when single family homeowners are building a house and it shows them in the floodplain when they're actually up on a hill and the wash goes beneath. This isn't exactly the kind of example, but I just want to illustrate how these approximate zones can be off. So their study is going to be looking at what that floodplain actually does, and there's never been a real detailed study that's gone to FEMA. So we would likely be requiring a CLOMAR for this, and that's a conditional letter of map amendment, and that's in the staff report as well.
Thank you, Mr. Carr. Is there anyone else that wishes to address the commission this evening? Okay, seeing none, I am going to go ahead and close it to public comment and open it up at commission level. Commissioner Ruggles?
Okay. I think that given everything that has been presented along with staff analysis, that I have no difficulties with this. I can make the findings. The questions that Commissioner Walters asked were excellent. That was something I hadn't looked at, and very much appreciate that being asked and also getting a very thorough answer to that. So with that, I can definitely make the findings for this. I think it is a good development for the area. The other thing I would like to comment on is Mr. Short brought this up about the gated community and what's in the comprehensive plan. Normally, I would not support a gated community. However, given the circumstances and the location, it is entirely appropriate here. I am aware of problems with similar locations in other parts of the country going back a number of years. So I think everyone has made the right decision in designing this as a gated community. That's enough said.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Ruggles. Commissioner Clifford?
I can make the findings on both the ZC and the SUV to approve these. It's going to be a very good good design and a good area for Belmont to do this in.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Williams?
Yeah, I also can make the findings, and I do think it'll be a nice development and an improvement in that particular location. So yes.
Okay, Commissioner Burton?
I agree with my fellow commissioners, and I can definitely make the findings. I think those are very attractively designed duplexes, and I think it'll be a visual improvement over what's there right now, which is just dirt, basically.
Right. Thank you, Commissioner Burton. Commissioner Best.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A couple of concerns. I guess staff feels that there's enough parking here. Just looking at it, it seems to me they're going to come up short of parking. I assume staff has done the numbers and it's appropriate and within code. I don't think overflow parking is going to be a problem for anybody but the people in the development because there's no real place to put it. But Americans have a lot of cars and there's a lot of units in there, and no on-street parking means that a lot of people are going to be doubling up, and that's awkward, you know, putting a car in front of a car. But I think as long as staff is comfortable with it, it's up to the developer to deal with that. The other thing is, especially with all this dirt being moved around, I'd like to add a condition, another sentence to condition 17. A permanent invasive weed program shall be developed and approved by staff. And also change that existing 17 to read other suitable native ground cover. When you move dirt around, invasive plants tend to get established. So I think that's an appropriate addition. Other than that, I can make the findings.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Best. Commissioner Walters?
I had a couple concerns. I appreciate our county engineering staff for their responses on this, Engineer Hall and Engineer Carr. The floodplain issue, as explained by Engineer Carr, is very accurate. And I think oftentimes we look at these floodplains and think that's the gospel. In this situation, the way that this floodplain is shown here, it would overtop both directions of Interstate 40 and Old 66, which has never happened in the existence of these. So I think that going in and doing a LOMAR on these is very much needed, and I would like to see that the data shows that Mr. Campbell doesn't have to add as much in here as what he may think at this point. I think he's done a very good job of designing this, and I think it's a good project. I can support it.
Okay, Commissioner Walters, let me just follow up on that. Are you comfortable with the conditions as written to cover that concern that you just stated?
Yes, I am.
Okay, thank you. This is Chair Ontiveros. I don't know that I have a whole lot to add to the comments because I very much concur with those previously made. And I can make the findings as analyzed in the staff report. So with that, let's go ahead and proceed to a motion to include the modifications that staff presented during their presentation, and also the one that Commissioner Best presented when he was speaking.
Madam Chair, I can make the motions, but I'm a little unclear about the earlier changes to the conditions.
Okay, and that was, I agree. That was why I had suggested, and this is going back to Mr. McNeely's comments, that if we do state modifications as presented by staff, that covers it.
Okay.
But Commissioner Best, I want you to be really comfortable with the motion that you're making. There we go. We've got it. Thank you, Mr. Short. Do you want to take a look at that and make sure that you agree with that before you make the motion?
I can concur with that.
Okay.
And so
all right, then
And so I will make, and that is in the zone change. And
Yeah, let's do the zone change first.
And was the zone change what I put my conditions on, or?
Yours was on condition number 17. If my notes are correct, and I believe that is
That's correct,
on the subdivision preliminary plat.
So they're both on the zone change. They're not on the, oh, that's on the subdivision. Okay. So
yeah,
I move that we approve ZC 21-004 with the conditions as written by staff.
I'll second that.
Okay. I have a motion by Commissioner Best and a second by Commissioner Burton for recommendation of approval to the board for ZC 21-004 with modifications stated by staff. All of those in favor, please say aye. Commissioner Ruggles?
The second was Commissioner Williams.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. See, I missed the faces. This is why I'm looking forward to in person. Then I correct that with the second being by Commissioner Williams. All of those in favor, please say aye. Commissioner Ruggles?
Okay, aye.
Commissioner Clifford?
Aye.
Commissioner Williams?
Aye.
Commissioner Burton?
Aye.
Commissioner Best?
Aye.
Commissioner Walters?
Aye.
And this is Chair Ontiveros. I also vote aye. So that motion passes unanimously with the recommendation of approval to the board. Let's do SUB 21-007 now.
Madam Chair, I move that we approve SUB 21-007. And can staff get the changes to condition 17 up? Or I can simply read them.
Okay, Commissioner Ruggles. Yes, you can read them. I think I can. I think that they were fairly small. I could spell permanent, right?
I have a hard time with that one too.
I always have a hard.
Yeah, a permanent invasive weed program shall be developed and approved by
Let's
staff.
spell it right. Weed program.
Yes. And then insert the word, the phrase becomes suitable native ground cover.
I'm sorry, say it again. Is that's on the same condition?
Yeah, suitable native ground cover. It's a little farther down
Okay.
in 17.
Okay, there we go. Or planting of other suitable ground cover. Why did you change on that?
Yeah, suitable native ground cover.
Oh, native. Okay, thank you.
That last A should be an E.
Thank you. I was getting there. All right, how's that? Does that look right? Correct, Mr. Best?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I can't read it. It's so small.
Oh, okay. Let me see if I can make it larger.
If you can't, can you just read it out loud, please? Oh, there we go. It's getting larger. Yeah.
A permanent invasive weed program shall be approved by staff. and hydro seeding or planting of other suitable native ground cover. That's it. Thank you. So that's, we just need.
Does that complete your motion? Okay.
It does, yes.
Okay, I'd like to second that.
Okay. I've got a motion by Commissioner Best and a second by Commissioner Ruggles for recommendation of approval to the board for SUB 21-007 with modification to condition number 17. All of those in favor, please say aye. Commissioner Ruggles?
Aye.
Commissioner Clifford?
Aye.
Commissioner Williams?
Aye.
Commissioner Burton?
Aye.
Commissioner Best?
Aye.
Commissioner Walters?
Aye.
This is Chair Ontiveros, and I also vote aye. So SUB 21-007 will go to the Board of Supervisors with a recommendation of approval. The next item on the agenda this evening and final item is going to be CUP 21-039.
Thanks, Madam Chair. This is Jess McNeely with planning staff, and I will be presenting CUP 2139, what we are referring to as the Parks RV Park reestablishment conditional use permit case. Can everyone see my presentation?
Yes, we can see the first slide, Mr. McNeely.
Okay, and I'll follow the instructions here. Here we go. Okay, thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. So this request with CUP 2139 is to reestablish an RV park and campground in the G zone within 500 feet of a highway interchange. So that's one of the opportunities that the zoning ordinance has offered for many decades, that if you're within 500 feet of a highway interchange, you don't need a zone change. You can establish certain uses that are listed in the zoning ordinance that you would typically find at a highway interchange through a conditional use permit approval. This proposed reestablishment of the RV park would be a mixed-use development along with a restaurant on a budding parcel immediately to the east of the proposed RV park reestablishment. The location here is 7887 East Old Route 66 in Parks. Our property owner is Double Up LLC from Cave Creek. Our applicants are PLM Adventures LLC, Lisa and Pete Mulgrew, and I believe they are on the meeting with us this evening. The engineer is Woodson Engineering from here in town. Our site here is 16.7 acres, and this is in Supervisor District 3. This is a vicinity map that gives you a good idea of what we're looking at with the 16 plus acres of the subject property. You see the red commercial zoning at the Parks Road interchange with I-40 here, where we have a Texaco station, a gas station with convenience store, and the Rack and Bowl restaurant, which has been vacant for some number of years. Little P designated zoned area to the east of the commercial zone restaurant is actually the parking zone, designated parking for the restaurant. You can see on the aerial photograph in the image in front of you some of the rooftops of some of the old buildings that were associated with the old RV park on this site. When you look north of Old Route 66, everything to the north of Old Route 66, of course, is Forest Service land. Elsewhere surrounding the property to the south and to the west are some large parcels of G-zone property that are vacant, undeveloped. And to the southwest, we're just touching one parcel here. We do have an AR, agricultural residential zoned single-family residential neighborhood. So here's some photos of what's existing on the site. The boarded up building on the left is one of the old buildings associated with the old RV park that the applicants have proposed to remove. The image on the right showing the old RV spaces along with the pedestals for the RVs and picnic tables. So you can see the forested nature of the site, the existing old growth ponderosas that are here. Another image of the site and some of the RV spaces on the site. These are some photos of the immediate surrounding area. The one in the upper left-hand corner would be standing right at the T intersection of the north-south Parks Road, where it dead ends into the east-west running Route 66. And looking right across that intersection north of Route 66, you see these signs that are Forest Service kind of public service signs about fire danger and what the fire danger is for the day. The lower right-hand corner would be the front of the Rack and Bowl restaurant. That, of course, currently is not operational. Some more area photographs looking to the east of the Rack and Bowl restaurant. Here in the upper left-hand corner, you see some commercial zone property, commercial development on the other side of Parks Road. Lower right-hand corner here, immediately south of the Rack and Bowl restaurant site, would be Texaco gas station. When we look at the background of this site and the proposed development, we note that the previous RV park on this site was for 40 spaces. It was under a conditional use permit. That conditional use permit expired in 2016. Hence the need to reestablish the RV park with a new conditional use permit. The proposal from the applicant is to redevelop the restaurant and to run the restaurant in conjunction with the RV park. They would increase the number of spaces to 80 RV sites. 10 of those sites would be RVs, vintage RVs, or some kind of other RV that they would leave on the site for overnight rentals. This is becoming a common lodging model that we're seeing in other places, and other applicants have been coming to our department with intent of doing similar development. And the applicant would like to have 25 tent camping sites as a part of the development as well. The applicants indicate that the existing buildings on the property will be removed and new buildings will be constructed to run the park from. Access to the site is proposed to be from Old Route 66 on the north side of the RV park site. This would be to minimize traffic conflicts, particularly with the other commercial development on Parks Road. The applicant submitted a trip generation statement, and as a matter of fact, they just got us a new one this week, which has been forwarded to the Planning and Zoning Commission. That was done with the correct number of lodging sites, RV, and tent sites. And the trip generation statement at this point from the applicant indicates that a turn lane would not be warranted. Of course, the encroachment permit process of the county will require either TIS or a TIA, in which this will be looked at with our engineering division and the county engineer to see if the encroachment permit requires other improvements to the transportation infrastructure. Preliminary on-site wastewater and storm drainage designs are in the submittals and are reflected on the site plan. And our professionals here in the department with environmental quality and engineering indicate that those preliminary designs are certainly feasible with the amount of space they've reserved for those uses on the site. Of course, wastewater systems and stormwater drainage and any grading does require follow-on permitting through engineered documents through our department. So other details about the proposed development. The applicant's plan does meet the zoning ordinance landscaping and buffering requirements from an RV park to a residential zone. They're meeting the 50-foot setback with landscaping in the buffer space. The applicants do indicate in their submittals that they intend to retain native forest on the site and then add native species as necessary to meet landscaping requirements. With the number of trees on the site, they should be able to meet zoning ordinance landscaping requirements simply by retaining native vegetation on the site. Their lighting conceptual discussion calls for shielded narrow spectrum amber LED lighting. Staff has included a condition consistent with some other similar uses that would ensure that lighting would be consistent with the county's dark sky values. Regarding fire-wise and emergency response plans, this project is within the Ponderosa Fire District. That fire chief has reviewed these plans. So response to this site would be from the Belmont Fire Station, just down I-40 to the east, and proposed conditions for this conditional use permit would require that the fire district approve a fire-wise plan on their thinning, their access, and their evacuation, and their construction on the site. This is the conceptual site plan as submitted by the applicant. They would be required to do an updated, fully engineered site plan when it comes time to pull construction permits. And the site plan clearly shows in concept how the RV park spaces would be laid out. Staff has proposed a condition that the final site plan identify the exact number of RV spaces, so we can have that for our files. This conceptual site plan also indicates where the on-site wastewater system would be on the south side of the site, and where on-site stormwater detention would take place at the southeast corner and along the western edge of the site. Of course, this western edge of the site, particularly the southwestern corner of the site, it's a great use of that property, provided it can retain much of the native vegetation to serve as a buffer between this site and the single-family residential neighborhood to the southwest of the site. Otherwise, indicated on the site plan here is check-in building, recreation facilities, and a dumpster location, and what how the traffic pattern would work with with primary entrance from the north from Old Route 66 into a check-in area, one-way routing throughout the site, and then a emergency access for emergency vehicles, and the primary exit out just south of the Texaco gas station onto Parks Road. With the citizen participation plan, staff required that the applicant notify all property owners within 1,500 feet. That was a total of 73 neighbors. The applicants held a neighborhood meeting on May 22nd. They had about 15 people. They took in 14 written comments from that meeting, and those comments were submitted in the commission's packet. Most of those comments were pretty favorable to the project. There were comments regarding water use. We'll go ahead and address that now, in that, as the commissioners know, the comprehensive plan certainly encourages conservation of water resources. However, water adequacy cannot be part of the findings to approve or deny any land use cases under state statute. Other issues brought up were noise, and then just potential disruption of the community, particularly traffic, and disruption of the forest and the natural environment of the forest. Staff did receive some emails just this week, didn't receive any until this Monday. We received 5 at the time of me putting this presentation together, or updating the presentation, and all of those have been forwarded to the commissioners. Most of the email communication we received today did oppose the project, all based on the same issues that I just spoke about. However, several did support the proposed business. When we look at the zoning ordinance required findings of fact to approve a conditional use permit, they are that the proposed location of the conditional use is in accord with the objectives of zoning ordinance and the purpose of the zone in which the site is located. Certainly, the zoning ordinance does make provisions for a conditional use permit for this use in the G zone within 500 feet of an interchange. So, from staff's perspective, the finding of fact number 1 is met. Finding fact number 2 is that the proposed location of the conditional use and the conditions under which it would be operated or maintained will not be detrimental to the public health, safety, or welfare, or materially injurious to properties or improvements in the vicinity. As you've seen in our staff report, any concerns that could potentially negatively impact the neighbors, staff feels that the submittal from the applicant and conditions proposed by staff would mitigate any of those impacts. Item number 3, that the proposed conditional use will comply with each of the applicable provisions of this ordinance, except for approved variances. The applicant here has not asked for any waivers of zoning ordinance standards, and their submittal is in compliance with zoning ordinance requirements. And the final one is that the proposed conditional use is consistent with and conforms to the goals, objectives, and policies of the comprehensive plan, in this case, Coconino County Comprehensive Plan, and the Parks Area Plan. And we've got some more slides to discuss what those goals and policies are. So when we look at the comprehensive plan policies that we see as applicable for an RV park campground use, this first one is that economic development efforts should focus on non-polluting industries and commercial enterprises. The second one is that uses support tourist-related development with projects that focus on conserving and showcasing county's unique natural, cultural, and dark sky features. And certainly the applicants have proposed meeting that policy. That the county incorporate innovative planning techniques to encourage development of compatible enterprises with neighboring land uses. That the county encourages the establishment of industries that would contribute to the region's economic health and support community character. That commercial development is well designed and appropriately located within communities and activity centers. That commercial development projects be located and designed in a manner that is compatible with the character area in which the project is proposed. These staff certainly sees how the commissioners could find this proposal, especially as conditioned in the staff proposed conditions, as being compatible with these policies. A few more policies out of the comprehensive plan. This first one here, that the county require development projects to demonstrate sensitivity to the natural and cultural environment. The second one is that where projects are proposed adjacent to residential areas, that connectivity be provided while efforts to mitigate sound, smell, and unsightly views shall be required. And certainly we have conditions to address some of those things. That the impacts of noise generated by commercial or industrial uses should be considered when reviewing development projects, especially when adjacent to residential and recreational areas. Obviously, a RV park did exist on this site. It would seem compatibly with the adjacent neighborhood. That the availability of adequate emergency services and emergency access routes be considered. The applicant has certainly taken that in consideration. And the last one here, that development projects include adequate fire protection measures as determined by the board. In this case, this is in front of the commission, but with input from local fire district. And there's certainly been input from the local fire district. When we look at the parks area plan policies, the overall rural character and land use goal is that a mix of rural land uses beneficial to the residents of the area be consistent with preservation of existing rural character. And then there's several rural character and land use policies. Number 7 is about new commercial. Certainly the applicants have made the case that this is reestablishing existing commercial with the previously existing RV park and restaurant, but it indicates that the area plan encourages low water use, neighborhood oriented uses, and ones that are beneficial to residents in the area. Number 8 is that neighborhood commercial development be limited to existing commercial nodes, and this is certainly identified this intersection as an existing commercial node. And item B here, that future commercial development and or redevelopment at the Parks interchange be limited to the existing commercial zone land on the north side of the interchange. And of course, this is not a zone change request, that other commercial uses permitted with approval of a conditional use permit within the 500 foot of an interstate exchange, which is what's being requested here, be limited to neighborhood-oriented uses. Of course, as we've stated, this is not a new use, but rather expansion of an older existing use. And of course, the restaurant could certainly be seen as being neighborhood-oriented to serve the local community as well as the RV park. More parks area plan policies that the staff certainly saw as applicable, that proposed development be consistent with and not detrimental to the established character of the neighborhood. Under visual appearance and aesthetics, that new development be integrated into natural landforms, vegetation, and physical characteristics of the area. And this visual appearance and aesthetic policy number 2, that new commercial development incorporate architectural design features that reflect the rural context of the community. Staff has actually added a condition to help ensure that policy would be met. So this is a map of the Parks area plan. And if you're familiar with where this interchange is on the plan, it's right here. When we look at compliance with the zoning ordinance requirements for RV parks, the maximum density under the zoning ordinance would be 12 RV spaces per acre. That would add up to 192 under the maximum density of the zoning ordinance. And of course, the applicant is asking for 80. This is accessible from a county maintained road, so it meets that requirement to the zoning ordinance. The applicant does meet the 50-foot compatibility setback from adjacent residentially zoned parcels. The applicant has put together a neighborhood compatibility plan in that they have measures to ensure compatibility with the neighborhood and mitigate any impacts on the neighborhood. And the site is within the Ponderosa Fire District, so it does meet the zoning ordinance requirement that there be a fire and emergency services provider for RV parks. So with that, staff's recommendation is that if the commission can make the findings of fact to approve this conditional use permit, staff recommends that the commission approve it with 14 conditions in your staff report. And I'll be more than happy to pull up those conditions from that document if necessary. I would point out that several of those conditions do address required leave no trace educational materials for the guests of this RV park. To educate them on how to operate and recreate in the forest. That no motorized vehicle rentals and no OHVs be operated on the property, with the exception, of course, of firefighting equipment and maintenance vehicles, and that this be approved for a duration of 5 years, which is what we've been consistently recommending, certainly with campgrounds, so that we can see within a few years how the conditions are helping to mitigate any potential concerns. With that, Madam Chair, I would be happy to take any questions from the commission, and I'll leave this slide here on the conditional use permit findings of fact as required by the zoning ordinance.
Okay, thank you, Mr. McNeely. I've got one thing I just wanted clarification on, and I realize this may be a small thing, but I'm trying to get the scope of the citizen participation plan. And on page 5 of your report, the one that I have in front of me, second sentence, it says approximately 150 people attended. And I believe you said tonight that there were 15 people in attendance. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, thank you for pointing that out. I actually thought about that as I was giving this presentation, wondering, which which one of those is correct. We have the applicant's citizen participation plan available right here to us. So I can pull that up and get the correct number. And certainly while I'm doing that, I can take other questions, and the applicant, I'm sure, could address as well as they were there how many attendees they had at their citizen participation meeting.
Okay. The other thing that I was going to suggest here was on some of the previous approvals for the campgrounds, because we got, as you remember, we got quite a few of those consecutively. And we had, if memory serves me correctly, a condition about like notifying the fire danger, what the current fire danger.
Sure.
Do you remember what that condition was? The verbiage of it?
Yeah, absolutely, Madam Chair. That was a condition that certainly is a great recommendation in this case as well. That whatever the established fire danger and fire restrictions that the National Forest has in place also be notified and enforced within the campground or RV park. As you noticed in the photographs that I presented as part of your presentation, the guests to this RV park would drive right past the National Forest sign indicating what the fire danger is for the time. But certainly, I think that's a great thing to add to the leave no trace educational materials that would be required to be provided to guests, so the guests could be aware of that. And obviously, this is not a huge site, 16 plus acres. So whatever the fire danger is, I'm sure the RV park managers on site can adequately manage ensuring that their guests are following fire restrictions.
Right. And I do agree with you. I know the sign that you're talking about. It's in the pictures. It's the one with Smokey the Bear. Yes. And they're going to hit that right up when they pull in and turn left. And personally, just with the fires that we have had, I know among many others, it was, I think that we cannot, I don't think we can emphasize fire danger enough. And this is it's right in the middle of the tall pines. So that was just a thought, but I did want the verbiage on that. So with that, I'm going to open it up to the other commissioners to ask questions.
And Madam Chair, real quick on your previous question about was it 15 or 150 attendees and my fat fingers in prepping materials. It was according to the applicant's citizen participation report. It was approximately 150 attendees. So 150 attendees at their neighborhood meeting.
Okay. And so we got back 14 written comments, and then 5 out of the 150, we got 14 written as stated in this report. And then we had the additional 5 that came in this week. If I'm correct, 4 were in opposition and 1 was in support. So if I'm kind of doing a tally here, we've got about 15 in support and 4 opposed, approximately. I was just trying to get the scope of that.
Okay, man. Yes, I think you got that right.
Okay, we're getting a little bit of feedback, Jess. I'm not sure what that is, but I'm going to go ahead and mute, and it looks like Commissioner Ruggles and
well, Chair Ontiveros, I am here, but I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah,
we hear you now.
Okay.
I'm going to mute to help out with the sound situation.
Okay, I do have a question on this. Is the e-point that was originally proposed, to go from the RV park south of the Texaco. Is that still part of it? Or has that been taken off the table?
Thank you, Commissioner Ruggles. So, Madam Chair, Commissioner Ruggles, my understanding per the updated traffic count statement that came from the applicant in conjunction with the site plan that I've got on the screen in front of you, that the exit, the one-way exit south of the Texaco onto Parks Road is still indicated as an exit of this site. And the applicants with us can let us know if they have a proposed change of that, but that was the way I understood their traffic statement from this week and this site plan.
Okay, thank you. That confirms my reading of everything as of just a couple hours ago. So, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Commissioner Williams, go ahead.
Okay, I have a couple questions. One, I'm assuming that there will probably be a significant number of generators associated with the RVs on this site. And I'm trying to think if in other plans previously, if we had a time limit on when generators had to turn off at night and in the morning. It kind of seems like we have addressed that before, but I want to see if somebody else remembers that and if that is something that we can add, because I think it would be not that great if there's generators going all night long. So that's my first question. And my other is it looks like 4 spaces available for RVs to pull in to get out and check in. And I'm wondering if that's enough on busy weekends in the summer so that you don't end up with RVs backed up on old Route 66, because there's probably not enough room to get more than 4 in there. So that maybe Jess or somebody could answer those 2 questions.
So thank you, Commissioner Williams. So Madam Chair and Commissioner Williams, on your first question about generators, the answer would be yes, that previous RV parks have worked to mitigate generators with hours or other mitigations. Being that this RV park is proposed with hookups, staff has included in your recommended conditions. I'm looking for the exact number right now, but we proposed a condition consistent with some other RV park conditional use permits that generators not be permitted for use.
It's condition number 5.
Okay.
Thank you.
Perfect.
Yes. So prohibiting generator use as actual electric plug-in hookups are available. That would address the generator issue. Secondly, the applicants have proposed, and we've reiterated this in condition number 5 also, that check-in hours be limited between 8 and 6, and that quiet hours be observed from 10 p.m. to 8 a.m. So that would answer just the otherwise quiet hour question. On the traffic on is 4 spaces enough for queuing for check-in without leaving people out on Old Route 66. I would let the applicant or the applicant's engineer answer that as well. But from my reading of the trip generation statement, I believe their highest volume of anticipated traffic at the peak hour would, I believe, be maybe 18 vehicles in the peak hour. So if you divide out an hour, how many vehicles could be in this spot? Yeah, how many are going to come in if it's 18 in the peak hour? If I'm getting that number right, and we can certainly check it. I would leave that up to certainly to the applicant's engineer to see if these would be enough spaces. But I think that's a good question for them.
Okay,
thank you.
Commissioner Williams, did you have anything else at this time?
No, that was it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Commissioner Best.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm looking at item 8B on the rural character and land uses. So I guess this is a question for staff. 8B says highway-oriented or heavy commercial uses shall not be permitted under the provisions of 500-foot rule. So is our kind of big picture here that this is an established use and therefore it's okay? Because this is certainly a highway-oriented use.
So, Madam Chair, Commissioner Best, I think that's a great question. I think this could be looked at one of two ways, depending on different commissioners on how you would choose to look at this. First off, this was an established use, historically has been a use at this site, so it's not a new use to the area. It is proposed to be expanded from what it previously was permitted as. Highway oriented, obviously being near a highway interchange does help access for a use like this. Highway oriented uses typically are your big truck stops, things that really require highway frontage, visibility from the highway. Obviously, as we can tell from the site plan on this development, they don't want that visibility because I'm sure they would like their guests to enjoy being in the pines. So it's being near an interchange certainly helps a development like this. Is it a highway oriented use? I would certainly indicate that it's not seeking highway visibility, nor would it have highway visibility at this location.
Okay. Another question is, this ain't our first rodeo with campgrounds, and we've developed quite a bit of experience in the last year. One of the big issues is OHVs, and that's one of the issues that the folks who were opposed brought up. When we say OHVs are not allowed on the property, what exactly are we saying? Are we saying that if you have an OHV, don't come here? Or are we just saying if you have an OHV, take it off your trailer, drive it out of the park, don't just drive around in circles in the park?
So, Madam Chair and Commissioner Best, I would concur with the second there. I'm looking at the conditions right now. And let's see.
It's condition number 12.
Got it. Condition number 12. There shall be no motorized vehicle rentals. That's except for bicycles. So that would prohibit the applicant from renting OHVs, and no OHVs shall be operated on the property. So if a RV happened to be pulling an OHV with them, and they were going to leave the site and use the OHV at some other point, certainly, this doesn't mean that there might not be one pulled behind a RV who's a guest at the site. However, I would say the intent here in the writing, and certainly we could alter it if any commissioners see fit. But the intent here is that OHVs would not be driving around the site, that the guests wouldn't be using the drive aisles or roads on the site for pleasure driving OHVs.
But they still might drive off the site and into the landscape, into the adjacent neighborhoods.
Madam Chair and Commissioner Best, I would concur. If it's a licensed operable vehicle and you can drive it out onto either Parks or Parks Road or Old Route 66, they could drive off the site.
Okay. Do we have a landscape plan?
So Madam Chair and Commissioner Best, we have a statement from the applicant on what their intent is as part of their narrative for landscaping. But otherwise, we do not have a landscape plan. Staff has proposed some conditions for a required landscape plan. And your site plan here, you can see particularly where their open space is going to be, where their buffer space is going to be, as detention and the on-site wastewater system. Certainly, the intent of the applicant is to retain as much forest on the site, but still doing a fire-wise thinning in accordance with the fire district recommendations.
But the reason I ask is, if you leave that map up, when I look at that map, I see the trees, and I imagine all of those spaces filled with RVs, and it looks to me like the trees disappeared. I just can't, most of those trees are going to be in the way of an RV pulling into a space. There might be a few exceptions where it's between two spaces, but it looks like it's going to be the exception to the rule. The southern portion there, if that is to be the leach field, and I assume it's going to be a pretty substantial leach field with 105 units on it, the trees are going to come down, I assume. The western retention basin, unless the applicant is very lucky and there's a natural dip there, that you're going to have to remove trees to make a detention basin. And so I'm a little uncomfortable just saying, we're going to keep as many trees as possible. And I take the applicant at his word, but it looks like we might end up with a site with very few trees, which would be a very big difference between what's there now and the historic previous facility and what the applicant is asking for. So we can get into that later, I guess. But it'd be nice to see a landscape plan. The only other thing is, I don't know if you care, I guess I could ask the applicant this. I would give the applicant another hour to have people come in and maybe ask for quiet hours to start a little earlier. I guess maybe that's a question for the applicant. That's all I have right now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Best. Are there any other questions for Mr. McNeely at this time? Okay, seeing none, I am going to ask if the applicant or the applicant's representative would like to address the commission. And actually specifically during that time to address Commissioner Best's comments about the trees and kind of the landscaping. And also, I'm wondering if you have read the staff report and if you agree with the conditions that are there.
Madam Chair, this is Lisa Duffield. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we sure can. Please state your name and address for the record, and then go ahead and proceed with your comments, please.
Okay, this is Lisa Mulgrew. The address is 10317 East Spring Creek Road in Chandler, Arizona. I would like to thank Jess McNeely for all of his work in putting together this presentation. And I would like to thank you, Madam Chair, and the commissioners for your time tonight. We have read the staff report and the recommendations, and we agree with the recommendations that have been made. As to the trees, obviously we have a final design plan that will be ongoing. This is, as we said, it's a conceptual plan at this point. My goal and all of our goal is to maintain every tree possible. There may be a few small trees and some brush that will be removed, but because this site would potentially hold almost 200 RV sites, we will have plenty space to design the sites so that they can be put between the trees. They may not be exactly in perfect alignment and in perfect order, but they will be set up so that there is privacy and there is space between each RV site so that it is a much more pleasurable experience for the RV customers. So our goal, yes, is to leave every tree possible because that's the beauty of the park.
Okay, thank you. I'm trying to figure out if is your name Lisa Duffield, or because that's what's showing on the screen.
Right. This PC, I got married in October, and I had this laptop prior to that. So my prior name is Lisa Duffield. It is now Lisa Mulgrew.
Okay, I just wanted to call you by the right name. Okay, thank you, Mrs. Mulgrew. Do any commissioners have any questions for the applicant at this time?
Madam Chair, I do. First of all, congratulations on your marriage. And you just said almost 200 RV spaces. I thought it was 105. Am I wrong?
No, you are not wrong. There's actually only 80 RV spaces and 25 tent sites. Of the 80 RV spaces, 10 would be on the property at all times for rental, so they would not be in and out of the property. As Jess brought up earlier in the report, what is allowed per the zoning is 12 per acre. And since this is basically 17 acres, it would have been possible to put almost 200 RV sites. So the reason I mention that is just that it means that with only 80 RV sites, we will have a lot of space in between the sites. It will be a very nice development.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, I'm looking to see if any of the commissioners have any other questions for you, and I am not seeing any. So at this time, I'm going to ask if there is anyone in the public who wishes to address the commission on this case tonight. If so, I cannot figure out how to use the raised hand function on my screen tonight, but that would be my preference if we can do what Commissioner Best has been doing, which is doing the raised hand. And then I could call on you. Okay, there we go. I see a Galaxy Note. Now, what I wanted to do before I accept public comment is I want to reiterate the meeting rules and procedures, which is all comments will be limited to 3 minutes or less, and all comments must be relevant to the case. All comments must be addressed to the commission. No matter how strongly you may feel about this case, all comments must be polite and courteous. I will not allow any comments related to water issues and will immediately cut off any such discussion. That was explained by Mr. McNeely in his staff presentation. This commission cannot consider groundwater issues. If you wish to address the commission this evening and have already heard your comments or concerns stated, it is okay to simply state your name and address for the record and state that you agree with a particular statement. With that, I'm going to go ahead and open it up, and I see Galaxy Note 10 Plus.
Yes.
Please state your name and address for the record. And Mr. McNeely, would you please time at 3 minutes, and would you please give a warning when a speaker has hit the 2-minute mark?
Will do, Madam Chair.
Okay, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, my name is Savannah Sidney. I'm at 13374 East Dog Haven Parks. And one thing I wanted to say right up front was that I didn't even know that this was going on. The zone notice was rain blurred, and it was luckily posted on the little community Facebook page. So several people tried to get together a community meeting where we could sit in a room and have this brought up, because unless people have Starlink, it's hard to get internet service. We're very rural folks out here, and actually even cell phones don't get internet in a lot of the areas. So I think that 150 people showing up for a meeting indicates community interest, but there were a lot of people that responded to the Facebook post that they really wanted to be here and have their voice heard, and were really sad to hear that there was no face-to-face because they couldn't attend. So I think there is a lot of community interest in this topic, as indicated by the 150 people that showed up. The applicant kept indicating that this is not new development, but moving from what was there before to 115 is very significant. And the pictures don't show it, but if you guys are familiar with the area, the roads there at that little T, it's small, 2-lane, very narrow. And this past winter, when snowplay folks were allowed to come up and were out here, it was a mess. And people were, cross-country skiing, snow machines all across folks' lawns, because we don't have all the fences that people do in town. And it gets out of control. And to have hundreds of people flooding into this community, this is a small rural community. I don't think that this would be good for the community, period. And we're talking about ATVs. Yes, they do go all over the lands. They don't recognize or understand that that's not allowed. And ATVs go all over, trash all over. We have that with hunting season, and that's a very small period of time, and it's usually responsible hunters, so we deal with it. But we're talking about hundreds of people just sort of descending on this little tiny area, right at that little T. It's right up from there. People that live here trying to get to work and do their business. And
Madam Chair, we're at over 2 minutes, so less than a minute here.
And like Commissioner Beth mentioned, that having people lined up trying to get in and out of the park, it's going to be a mess, just like it is with people that come up with snowplay. So I do think there's a lot more interest in the community about this problem, about this potential issue, and I would really like to see this postponed and start again, where we can try to get a community meeting where everyone can come and view this and have access. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the public that wishes? Okay, no, that's Lisa's. Does anyone else wish to address the commission on this case this evening? If so, please raise your hand or unmute so I can see you. And yeah. Okay, I am not seeing Mr. McNeely. I don't want to miss anyone. Are you seeing anyone? I'm not, because I don't see anyone else. Okay, hold on. I do see Robin, just unmuted.
Yes.
Would you please state your name? Yeah, please state your name and address for the record, and then Mr. McNeely, begin 3 minutes.
Robin Guthrie, and I'm also at 13374 East Dog Haven Place, Parks. I have to agree with Commissioner Best about the OHVs. They've already become a problem out here, especially on the weekends and holiday weekends. It's even worse. I'm very surprised that I can't ask any questions about groundwater and water usage. I don't understand that at all. And this to me seems to be a development that's all about money and profit. And people aren't invested, at least in the communities when they come out here on the weekends and stuff. So there is a lot of litter. We've had illegal dumping. We've had animal cruelty, different things that have occurred. And whenever you have more people coming, you have more problems. And this just makes me very afraid for our community. And I guess that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else who wishes to address the commission? And yeah, please mute. Is there anyone else who wishes to address the commission this evening? If so, please raise your hand or unmute so I can see you. Okay, again, Mr. McNeely, I am not seeing anyone. Are you seeing anything? I'm not, because I don't want to exclude any community comments. Wait, hold on. I do see a Martha Scranton.
Yes.
Martha, if you would
Yes.
please state your name and address for the record, and then your 3 minutes will begin.
Martha Scranton, 13239 East King John Road, Parks, Arizona, 86018. I agree with the first public commenter. We really do need more community input. Our big problem that we have here is internet access. And since this is a virtual only meeting and really there was not much notice of it, I believe there was one small zoning notice. And I think probably a lot of people didn't see it. But on our Parks Exchange on Facebook, there's been a lot of interest in concerns about this development. So I really think that we do need more opportunity for the residents of Parks to weigh in. So I hope that a decision could be delayed until we're able to do that. I too am concerned about the impact of so many people in this very small area coming in. We have had a lot of problems with people who vacation here already and bring their off-road vehicles, their litter, just in consideration and not understanding our community. And that's all I have. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for those comments. I'm going to ask again, okay, I'm going to ask again if there is anyone from the public that wishes to address the commission on this case this evening. And I am not seeing any. Mr. McNeely, are you seeing something? I'm not.
Madam Chair, I'm not seeing anyone unmuted and I'm not seeing any hands raised.
Okay. One of the things that I am going to state now is that this meeting was legally posted, it was legally noticed, and there was a public participation, or citizen participation plan where 150 people came. So we are going to proceed with this meeting tonight. So with that said, this is kind of one of those tough ones that we have, and I'll just start with, as chairwoman, I normally allow the other commissioners to speak first, but this is in District 3, the district that I represent. And I'm very familiar with this location, and I also have an understanding of what it's like to have a campground in the neighborhood. The Parks Area Plan sets out the boundaries where commercial projects can be located. Commercial projects, by their very nature, create an increase in traffic and noise. This is to be expected. However, staff in the recommended conditions of approval to mitigate these impacts to the community has addressed the concerns about noise and traffic raised by the residents and has put conditions in the conditions of approval if we move forward with that. In conjunction with the planned expansion of the already existing RV park, the applicant intends to renovate the closed and boarded up restaurant, which is one of the first things people see when entering Parks. It's on that prime commercial corner. It's been boarded up for several years, and boarded up businesses are never a good look for any community. I believe this proposed development will provide a benefit to residents in the area. It will support economic and tourist related projects, which are supported by both the Parks Area Plan and the Coconino County Comprehensive Plan. Boy, you know, trying to control people coming in and OHVs, that's a tall order. because Northern Arizona is a very desirable place, and there is no stopping people from coming to this area. And we've had this conversation as a commission before, and it was when we were looking at the Happy Jack case. And it was brought up in there that it's better to give people coming here to camp a place to stay, or they're going to be more than happy to find a place out in the forest. And I can tell you that I'm through parks all the time, and this is already happening. The proposed campground is going to mitigate trash, human waste, and fire danger by providing a safe and managed location. Another thing that I caught note of was that, as stated in the staff report, there are 192 sites are permissible, and the applicant is requesting 80 RV sites and 25 tent camping sites. So that's a total of 105, or 105, and it's a substantial decrease from what is allowed. It cuts the permissible sites nearly in half. I've read the staff report. I've reviewed all of the attachments. I have read the letters, both in support and opposition. I have listened to and considered the oral comments received this evening. I know that there were, in some of the letters of opposition, other than the noise and traffic, which have been addressed, I know that there was concern that the people coming into this campground were going to have, they were going to be criminals and just create this kind of place that was not going to be safe for the community. And I don't agree with that. And here's why. As all of my fellow commissioners know, for nearly 26 years, I have owned a business in Coconino County adjacent to an established campground in a rural, low-density community, very much like what is being proposed this evening. And I have never personally had one issue in all this time with an unruly camper. And I reached out to my managers to see if they had, and the answer was no. So I think there just needs to be some clarification on the people coming in. The area plans, all of them have to go through a pretty extensive process, and it's pretty time. It's a lengthy process, and it allows for public input. And I believe the developer in this case has considered the parks area plan and has designed the development according to the plan. Area plans are a roadmap for community growth, because growth is going to happen, and that is what is happening here. And I get that change is difficult. It can be scary, but I believe that this is managed change. And I think that this project, the design of this project, is really, really good. As we all know, this commission has to base their decisions on the 4 findings of fact. And I'm going to say that I think staff has done an excellent job analyzing this case with the comprehensive plan and the parks area plan. And I can say that based on that, I can make the findings as stated in the staff report. And I am very interested to see what my fellow commissioners think on this. So Commissioner Ruggles, you are up next.
Okay, I am more than happy to be the lightning rod here this evening. I have looked at this in great detail. And one of the reasons I have is because for the last several years, I am out in the parks area on my way to do some work for a person who cannot do it for herself, north of parks, up Spring Valley. I stop at the Texaco station for gas when I need it. I shop at the store there, stop into the old general store. I'm very familiar with the area around parks as well as all the way up through Spring Valley. That being said, in reading the public comments, I noted that most of the comments dealt with the restaurant that were positive, not with the RV park itself. The recent comments, the 5 that were referred to, of those, one was in support, and those are the folks who operate the Texaco there. The other one that was in support was only in support if the scale of the RV park were cut back. And I believe that person said, well, if it were 50 RV sites, that would be something that he could support. So in reviewing public comments, 2 letters in particular expressed exactly the same concerns that I identified as a result of a very thorough reading of the area plan and my familiarity with parks. Matter of fact, I'd have to look at what I do up there in Spring Valley. It's almost like a home away from home when I'm there. So I regard the public comments I've read, well, they really strike home. What I noted were letters from Della Moody and Raymond Hatfield. They summed up every concern that I had in looking at this, with one exception, and that is the fact that I cannot consider water issues. Another one is the traffic study is only part of the story. It does not address congestion in the Texaco parking lot. And believe you me, I'm familiar with that. Under some conditions, the gas pumps can get tied up with 2 vehicles if they're large enough and aimed the right way. It's hard to maneuver in that parking lot when there are a lot of people there, either at the store getting gas. The parking study or the traffic study does not take that into consideration. Same thing with the folks getting water across the street, across Parks Road to the other side over there. So that's only part of the story. You don't get the whole picture from the traffic study. Now, the other objection that I have is that I do not think that I can make the findings relative to finding number 4, because of one thing. I listened to the comments I've heard so far and the comments from our chair. And yes, if this were scaled back to 40 or 50 spaces, yes, I could support it. As it is right now, it does not fit in with the rural character of parks. And I think the scale that is being asked for is a little too intense. It does not fit with a rural community, and a small one at that, that is there in parks. It'll change it forever, I think. So therefore, just based on finding number 4, I cannot make that, and therefore I cannot support this.
Okay, Commissioner Ruggles, just so I can get clarification, did I understand you correctly that if it were scaled back, you would be able to support it? Can you give, I know that you gave, you referred to 2 letters and you gave an amount in there. Do you have an amount that it could be scaled back to, that you could support this?
Yes, I just stated that, and the one of the public comments that was favorable was comment that said yes, if it were scaled back to approximately 50. Originally, I had looked at it and said if it were the same number of spaces that it had previously, that would be acceptable. But I think seeing one resident say yes, this would work fairly well if it were much smaller, on the order of 50. And I would agree with that. The other thing I would like to point out in the area plan, which was written and adopted in 2001, it said that this RV park had 29 spaces at the time. It grew to 40. Now we're looking at a rather substantial growth rate, up to 105, I believe, and that's counting tent spaces. So I think that is too intense for parks, it will change. I believe that would change the character completely. And as such, it's not compatible with the parks area plan.
Oh, okay. Let me ask this again. So when you say 50, are you talking a total of 50, or are you saying 50 RV plus tent?
Well, let's be reasonable here. I think that you could do this with 50 spaces, and those would be for RVs with additional tent spaces. And I, like SOT best, I've looked at the map, and I can't see how you can fit the trees and the RVs in there with the number of spaces that are being proposed. So everybody's going to be packed in there like sardines, basically. I know what the KOA here in Flagstaff is like. I know what the KOA is like as you go down the road to the west. So that is the substance of my thinking on this.
Oh, okay. So you're saying 50 plus how many tent?
Well, I think that is kind of dependent upon, I think, the area that is designated for tenting. And I suppose that the estimate that the applicant has provided may work, and that is 25.
Okay, so then, so I just want to be sure I'm understanding you correctly. So you're comfortable with 50 RV plus 25 tent for a total of 75?
That is correct. And that has been influenced by what you have had to say.
Okay, and remind me specifically what that was.
Your experience with campground next to the properties that you manage and own.
Okay. All right, gotcha. And then Commissioner Ruggles, let me go ahead and ask you this too, because one of the letters, because you had talked about impacts. One of the reasons you were concerned is you talked about impacts to the Texaco station. Did you read the letter from Bart and Peggy Bartell stating that they are in support of this and
Yes.
that they view, okay, and their view on what the traffic would be? Okay, so you did read that.
That is correct. It was very well written, but they have a vested interest in seeing this work and in perhaps a somewhat larger scale than it has existed before.
Okay.
I can appreciate their point of view operating a business literally right next door.
Okay, I just wanted before I move on, I just wanted your perspective and clarification on that too. Okay, do you have anything else, Commissioner Ruggles?
No, other than I am very interested in listening here as we go along. I have stated my opposition, but that could change.
And I know exactly what you mean, and that's why we've started a very good dialogue here. I'm going to go ahead and move through the list in the order that I previously have, and we're probably going to come back. I'm probably going to come back to the commissioners because I'm very interested in hearing everyone else's view and take on this. So with that said, Commissioner Clifford, you're up next.
Okay. I agree. We're doubling the size from what it was existing. I would be in favor of this if we had the 50 RV sites for rental, the 25 trailer spaces, or I'm sorry, 25 tent spaces, and they want to put the 10 rental units on there that would be permanently affixed to the property that wouldn't move. That is more palatable for me, especially for this area, because we do have a lot of campgrounds in that area. Saying that, we have the KOA, up the road, you have campgrounds in Williams, you have the campgrounds in Valley. Different areas where we already have existing campgrounds. And nothing has really been said about the restaurant. And the restaurant is one of the big pieces of this, because they're not only catering to the residents of Parks, but they're also catering to the people who are going to be renting these RV spaces, renting the trailers, the vintage trailers. And that's generating not only income to Parks, but it's generating employment for Parks residents. And you have to look at the big picture. I'm not in favor of doubling the size of it from what it originally was, which was 40. I don't have the exact figure in front of me. 45 spaces, I believe. But I could do the 50 with the 10 rentals and the 25 tent spaces, and the restaurant is a given. I would love to see that place open. Everybody's focusing on the Texaco and congestion there. Well, you also have the little store up at the corner of Spring Valley Road and 66. It would be a big jump in their business also. So there's a lot of different things, because people may come down 66 from the west and enter the property versus coming all the way up to Parks and Parks exit and then coming in. So you have to realize there's multiple areas that people are going to be coming from, or multiple directions people are coming from. So congestion, if it's blocked up on the Parks exit and I'm going to head west, I may just run up 66 and then get on the freeway up by Deer Farm Road and get on the freeway there, run up 66, which takes care of the congestion area issue. So I would be in favor of a little bit of a scale back, but as it sits right now, I cannot approve this. I can approve the restaurant. The restaurant would be fine, but not, doubling the size of the RV park that's there right now. I can't approve that.
Okay, so now just so I have clarification with you, you are in favor of 50 RV, you could approve or make findings for 50 RVs plus 25 tents plus the 10. So that would bring it to a total of 85. Do I have that right?
Yep.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Okay, I'm making notes by everyone's name here, and I'm just trying to keep it clear. Okay, Commissioner Clifford, is there anything else right now that you want to add? Because I am going to come back.
Yep. Nope, not at this time.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Williams, you're up.
Okay. Yeah, we're in favor of supporting this at a lower density, as Commissioner Ruggles brought out. And I really think that there's going to be an issue with RVs backed up on 66 at certain points, which is going to do nothing but really make the Parks residents even more angry. So I would say either if the density was lower, there might be an option to move that entrance area into the park a little more and leave some more room for RVs to get off 66 and get in the queue if they happen to all arrive at the same time. I mean, some of them they're huge. It doesn't take that many and you're out, on 66. Either that or add more spaces, because that I can see that as being a long-term irritant. But if the density was less, you could easily take care of that. And I also think that I would like to see condition 12 say that OHVs shall not be operated on the property, period. Even to come and go and zip around the street or off into the woods. Because I can also see the OHV gets, unhooked from the trailer, and then it's like, oh, I'm just going to zip over to the store and get something, or I'm just going to zip over to the restaurant to get something to eat, and then I'm going to come back. And it just seems like the OHVs are a huge problem in this area for the residents that live there. And I just think that we should help them curtail any extra irritating OHV. I mean, I can just see them, they're going to go back and forth to the store and the restaurant half the time. And the kids, no kid is going to walk to this store if they have an OHV sitting right there. So I would like to see condition 12 say no OHVs shall be operated on the property, period. If they want to haul it off to somewhere in the forest and go from there, they certainly can, and they can take it with them. But I just don't think they should be able to drive it in and off the property.
Okay, so when I'm writing notes down by your name, what level of density could you support?
I would say maximum I could support would be 50 RVs coming and going and 10 permanent. That would be max, or 50 total, and 25 tents.
Okay, so that would, so 50 RVs, the 10 permanent, and the 25 tent, and that would be for a total of 85.
Yeah, that would be my absolute max.
Okay, all right. And Commissioner Williams, if you could, I'm looking at condition number 12 right now. And it says, I'm reading it word for word, there shall be no motorized vehicle rentals except for bicycles, and no OHVs shall be operated on the property with the exception of firefighting equipment or maintenance vehicles. How would you like that modified to accomplish what you're trying to do? Because it actually says no OHV shall be operated on the property.
I mean, I think that it actually says what I'm saying. However, it's being interpreted differently, even by Jess, who said that it would be okay in his interpretation to take the OHV and drive out of the campground to go on the roads or off to somewhere in the forest. So that is an interpretation that I don't want to see. Honestly.
Okay.
So I guess it's just in the interpretation. I mean, to me, no OHV shall be operated on the property, period, means you can't unhook your OHV and expect to get in it and drive and
off-road, off the premises.
Egress or ingress into the campground. Yeah.
Okay. You know what, Commissioner Williams, while we're going through the other commissioners, would you think about some verbiage that you would feel comfortable with, how you could, so there is no confusion, so there's no breakdown in communication and there is no confusion in interpretation? Can you come up with a modified condition there? Because I am going to be coming back to everyone and we can talk about that. Something that I am wondering about, and this is going to your comments about there being backup when they're back up onto 66 when they're being queued in. And I'm just wondering if in that traffic analysis, because we have that, but Mr. McNeely stated that when they go in for the encroachment permit, that it's going to be reviewed again. And what I'm wondering is if there's ever going to be a point in time that there's going to be some kind of turn lanes required. And if there was, that would take care of that problem as well. Do you agree with that, or are you still concerned?
Are you asking me?
Yeah.
I mean, if there was a turn lane, then, and it was probably long enough that you could have a couple RVs, you know, end to end waiting to pull in. It just seems like that is going to be a huge expense. Whereas if you just added a couple more spaces in your queue, inside the park, that would be a lot better and less expensive of an option, especially if you have a little lower density and you have more room to work with. But yeah, I mean, I think a turn lane would certainly take care of a lot of that and make it a lot safer.
Right. And you know what, actually that's outside of the purview of this commission, because we don't know what is ultimately going to be decided on the traffic and we can't go there. So at this point, Commissioner Williams, do you have anything else that you'd like to add?
No, I think that's it.
Okay. All right. Commissioner Burton, your comments, please.
Oh, this is a tough one because I can see absolutely every side of everything everyone has said. I don't necessarily agree that we already have plenty of RV parks. I know we have a lot of them, but I also know that the explosion in the RV industry has made it so you have a hard time finding a space. And that's one of the things that we've struggled with, is finding places that we would be able to stay. I honestly see this as being more of a people staying there as they're driving across the 40 rather than taking it in as a destination. Because that's the way I would be using one like this. Since it is such a rural area, it seems to me more of a overnight stopover, because there's no amenities right there. Not really. Even if there's a restaurant, there's still not a lot of things. I mean, possibly be used for Grand Canyon, but it's not going to be it's not going to be a first choice, simply because of proximity. I'm looking at the drawing and I'm thinking that everyone is thinking each one of these slots is to scale, and I really don't think it is, because that would make them the same size as the Texaco. So I do think that what they're asking is feasible without removing a lot of trees. But I'm okay with whatever my fellow commissioners are most comfortable with. I am okay with that, and I can move forward either way. But I'm not a big frequenter of the area. I used to be, because I used to work in Garland Prairie, but I haven't in several years. So it's hard for me to speak to transportation, issues and traffic mitigation. There's going to be problems with OHV no matter what. I think this would reduce some just regular pull off and boondock camping. By giving people a place to go, giving them a way to actually dump their waste and have a appropriate trash receptacle. I don't think it's going to be the big scary thing that people are assuming. Yeah, you got your rotten eggs out there. I'm not going to disagree with that. But the majority of the RV and camping community are genuinely really good people who help each other out, and they don't tend to go around trashing things. It's the people who come up for the weekend that are like out of the valley or something that I think has created that perception. They don't treat the area with the respect it's due. I think the true RVers have a lot more respect for their environment than the ones who are just looking for, the weekend warriors, so to speak, that just want to go play in the forest. So yeah, it's a tough one. And I mean, I honestly would be okay approving it as is, but I am also of the mind that I feel like I need to, that I'm definitely hearing the voice of my fellow commissioners, and I am okay with whatever would make them most comfortable. And I definitely want to hear after all the commissioners have said what they want to say. I definitely want to hear back from the applicant before we make any further decisions. So, but I think it's important for the applicant to hear what the rest of the commissioners say. So, yeah, that's all I have to say. Chair Ontiveros, you're muted if you're trying to talk.
Hey, thank you, Commissioner Burton. You're right. I was not unmuted. Okay, I'm just going to ask for a little bit more clarification because I'm writing notes and I'm trying to make sure that I get everyone's pulse on this, if you will. So you are comfortable, you can make the findings as it is presented in its current form.
I think so, yes, because I think the drawing is not to scale, and I think it's a little deceptive. I mean, I could be wrong on that, but I don't think I am.
Okay.
So, but like I said, I think the best compromise is the one that Commissioner Clifford put forward, and that one I can definitely support because that's really only reducing the RV sites by what, 20. Because I'm also trying to look at it from a business perspective, and we don't know what their projections are to what makes it a viable business, which is one of the reasons I also want to hear back from the applicant after we've all said our piece.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Burton. And I had already thought about doing that because we do have, there's a lot of spokes on this wheel that we've got to consider tonight. It's not just a clean cut, this is a pretty multi-dimensional thing. So we are going to get all of the information, us as commissioners are going to get all of the information that we feel we need to move forward with a decision tonight. And your request to have the applicant speak to this is going to be honored. So that will be happening. So do you have anything else at this time?
No, that's it for me.
All righty. Okay. Commissioner Best, would you please give us your comments and thoughts?
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I'd like to say big picture, we've seen a lot of campgrounds and RV parks in the last year. We've learned a lot. We've learned that we are, in my opinion, we are bumping up against the capacity of the resource to absorb more use. And we've tried to mitigate that by adding conditions. I have a list of 15 of them here that we've added in the last year to various campgrounds. I've passed this on to staff, and I'm going to go over some of them. But just staying with the big picture, I would first of all like to say to the neighbors, I feel your pain, and don't feel helpless. Step up, organize, and you can make a difference. And I would encourage you to talk to staff about the committee that was put together about 3 years ago that dealt with a much worse situation going out Highway 180 and accessing a snowball ski area and snow play areas. Some really tough measures were taken. There are signs on roads that say, if you don't live here, do not use this road. They're official county signs. There's a lot that can be done if you organize and work with your supervisor and staff, irrespective of this particular project. I think staff can connect you with that. If they can't, staff can give them my contact information, and I could probably get you in touch with some folks, because I was on that committee to work with Supervisor Babbitt on that. I think the blossoming of the restaurant would be a great addition to the community. I also think that this is a very challenging situation because of the scale of it, because of the numbers. And I think it's very important, because this could make or break the parks area. We're already hearing about overcrowding. We don't want to get into a situation where it's kind of like Sedona, you just don't go there on weekends. It's too big a mess. So the first thing that I want to do is, and I know this is going to take some time, but I want to go over these conditions that we have learned to put in these cases that are not in now. And
Commissioner Best, please feel free, take the time you want.
Okay.
And go for it. Yeah.
So starting with condition number 4, add the facility shall be staffed at all times by personnel trained and equipped to extinguish fires as approved by the fire chief. Do I need to say that again?
Commissioner Best, yeah, that'd be helpful if you did.
Okay.
Yes, please.
And Jess, I'm going to give you this list so I can just say
Sure.
SUT's list number 1, because these are the same ones we put on again and again. And we've learned a lot about this in the last 15 months. The facility shall be staffed at all times by personnel trained and equipped to extinguish fires as approved by the fire chief. Condition number 5, when it comes time to talk to the applicant, I ask him if it's okay to check in till 7, but have quiet hours from 9. Does that work for him? I think that would help the neighbors. But I wouldn't change anything at this time. Condition number 8, add a dust mitigation plan shall be approved by staff. Condition number 12, OHVs shall be kept on trailers at all times on the property.
So Commissioner Best, just to help facilitate this, would point out that it's pretty common. It wouldn't be uncommon for some OHVs to actually be towed. So maybe remain towed or on trailers.
Yes. Remain towed or on trailers. And if anybody wants to go radical on that, we could simply say campers are not allowed to arrive with OHVs. So that would be the next step. Condition number 13, add applicant shall consult with nearby public land managers concerning off-site impacts. Condition number.
Commissioner Best, can you say that one? Can you repeat that one?
Yeah, number 13. Add. Hang on a second. All right, this is getting a little more complex. Condition number 13 becomes, so I'm adding conditions on the end here, and I want to put keep the last two conditions as the last two. So condition number 13 becomes, applicant shall consult with nearby public land managers concerning offsite impacts.
Got it.
Condition number 14 becomes, applicant shall provide forest/grassland ecology educational material to increase awareness concerning off-site biological impacts and fire danger. And that's something that staff and I don't know quite who should probably work on to develop something that is more of a package like leave no trace. You know, we have a source for that. And I don't know what the source would be for what I just said, but some signage would be, you know, like the signage you see around the Arboretum or around Willow Bend. A few signs can tell you a lot about the forest that you're looking at and explain to you how delicate it is and how dangerous it can be if it's not treated properly. Number 15. Applicant shall provide maps showing appropriate and inappropriate areas for off-site recreation, including road and trail maps. So that's 15. 16. Signage shall be installed to alert campers to the fire danger level consistent with the Coconino National Forest. And then 17 becomes the original 13. And 18 becomes the original 14.
Okay, Mr. McNeely, did you get all of that?
Madam Chair, yes, I did. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, having said that, and learning what we have learned, I think that I know that there's folks tonight who don't want a continuance, but I want a continuance. And the reason I want it is I want to see the landscaping plan. I don't want to put that off. And I philosophically and in this particular case, I think we should see the landscaping plan so that we can know that 50 or 60 or 80 spaces are going to fit on this property, and we're confident that we're not nuking the landscape and creating something wholly different than you now see in parks. Parks has a character, and we're committed to maintaining the community character. And we want to see that this fits and maintains the community character. I'd also like to see the traffic study. And the landscaping plan needs to include the trees that would be taken out for the detention basin and the septic, because those are very important. And doing those two projects without taking out trees, I don't know how you do that. And I want to see a traffic study completed that includes a traffic study completed, period. And then more staging area so that the problem of Friday night when everybody comes up from Phoenix, so that we can mitigate that. So we can see that this is just going to function without overwhelming parks the way so many other areas are getting overwhelmed. And I don't know what the number is. 50 or 60 seems reasonable. 25 tents in that area, is that reasonable? How big a space do you need for a tent? I don't know. I'd like to see it. I'd like to see that it all actually works. I'd like the neighbors to be able to comment on it so that they are comfortable. I would like to be assured that we are being sensitive to the natural environment and that we are being sensitive to the compatibility with the established neighborhood. So I would vote for a continuance. I don't want to do a denial, because then the applicant has to wait a year to come back. But I think that there's too many questions here to just say, oh, we're going to limit it to 50 or 60 or whatever. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Best. And I did just want to point out that on condition number 6, it says the applicant shall submit for an encroachment permit with the engineering division, including a traffic impact statement. So does that address your concern with that?
It's like the landscaping. I would like to see it. I would like to see how it all fits together. I would like to see how that impact study fits in with a staging area so that multiple units can show up on the weekends at the same time and not overwhelm parks. I don't want to see a line of trailers, overwhelming the gas station and the parking lot of the restaurant. We need to be very careful to make sure that this is actually going to function in the way that is compatible with community values. That's our job. That's what's written down, and that's what I think. And I want to see that before I approve anything. Before I personally am comfortable voting on anything.
Okay, gotcha. I've got your comments written down by your name. Okay, anything else at this time, Commissioner Best?
No, thank you very much.
Okay, all right. All right, Commissioner Walters, you are up next.
Okay, I've heard what everybody has to say. I've thought a lot about this. I live on a forested property with Forest Service on 2 sides. I also own 2 in-holding, 2 totally surrounded by forest in-holdings. I deal with the fear of people camping in the woods with fires and being totally uncontrolled. One of the things that we do after a big weekend is we go out and drive through the forest to see how many campfires we need to put out. And I carry 6 5-gallon water jugs in the back of my truck to pour on those fires. So I look at this a little bit differently than what I'm hearing my fellow commissioners. So I just want to talk to you guys about this for a minute and give you a little bit of a different perspective. Because I don't have a travel trailer. I don't go camping. I live in the woods. So I went down to Happy Jack on Friday night, and when I knew it was going to be busy, and like a big dork, I walked around and talked to people, and I asked them how do they utilize the facility? What do they do? Well, most of the people that I talked to live, they essentially live right there. They have the travel trailers, they put it there for the entire season, and a lot of them store their travel trailers there, so they don't move them back and forth. And I asked them, well, do you leave the site and go off site? They said, no, we come up here to relax. We work hard during the week. It's very relaxing. We're among the pine trees. It's very calm, and we have a restaurant to go eat at. It's everything that we need. We have electrical hookups. We have the hookups for the septic system. They just love it. I envision this place being sort of like that. Now, the other people that I talked to just happened to be from the surrounding subdivisions. And I got a different take than what we heard when Happy Jack had come in before, and we got input from some of the neighbors. They were actually supporting it. They said, look, this place takes a lot of pressure off of the forest because they stay right here in this camp. And we don't have to worry about them camping in the woods and doing all that. And they don't have off-road vehicles there. There's some, but they're very, very limited. And the way Happy Jack is kind of down on OHVs, so they really don't have a lot of those. Now, what I've experienced is these giant camps in the forest that come up on the weekend. Some of them leave somebody to stay and watch all the camps, and they have 5 to 15 travel trailers with these big trailers with quads and off-road vehicles and all those things right on them, and they make these big giant camps in the meadows out in the forest. And to me, those are a nightmare. And this is a way to mitigate a lot of that impact. Now, growing up, I spent a lot of time in Garland Prairie, and therefore some time here in Parks. I had a family member that had a ranch there, and she was a widow lady. So my folks brought us kids up to help, and we spent the summers up on Garland Prairie. And I think that this is one of those situations that's actually a really good deal. You have a restaurant here, which is going to add employment, I think, as somebody had pointed out here. I think that there's an economic size to this thing, which was pointed out by Commissioner Burton, that makes this thing feasible and works. And when I look at it, you know, everybody here knows that I'm a builder and developer. I look at this thing and I see these little lines drawn on here, and I look over at the station and I think, Jesus, what kind of an RV are they going to put there? That's an awful big one. Looks like a double wide mobile home to me. So I think there's enough room on these sites to actually place it without cutting down a lot of these trees. And I hear Commissioner Best's concern, and I hear Commissioner Ruggles' concerns, and you know, there's a lot that we have to really think about here logically and not just emotionally. You know, we're already addressing the impacts on the road. We're looking at the turning lanes and stuff. And if you have camps that are they rent the spot for the entire summer, they're not pulling their trailers in and out. So, you know, so that reduces a lot of this. We're only talking about 80 of these trailers, and then you have the tent sites with it. In addition to this, they had an open house. They had 150 people attended, and we only got a handful of opposition letters, just a very few. But we had 150 people that went there that by their silence, they approved it. So what are we doing here? You know, are we just overthinking this thing? Are we trying to be overly critical and kill what could be a very good project? You know, I really want us all to think about this, because, you know, from my standpoint, to get these people out of the forest and have them camping in a deal like this underneath a pine tree that satisfies them and relaxes them, that's a great thing. And so I just ask all of you to really think about this and don't have a knee-jerk reaction like I tended to it in the beginning, because I don't like the fast quads. And I see the grandpas out here on their little quads putting around, but I see those young kids on the 2-seaters and 4-seaters hauling butt down the road. So I see both sides of this, but I really think this is a nice proposal. I don't think it's too big. I think that it's very logical. I love the idea of the restaurant being back open and for the residents in the neighborhood all the way out to Spring Valley and even in some of the other places coming to dinner here. You know, it just seems like a win-win to me. So I guess those are my comments.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Walters. And we are going to be going back through. I feel like some of this conversation has come a bit full circle. And let me explain why. In some of my comments, you had talked about concerns about and actually Commissioner Burton did too. I think she called it boondock camping. And I think that's what I was referring to. I think that's what she's referring to. And I think that's what you were referring to, that this is an alternative to that. And we've had this conversation before with the Happy Jack Lodge situation. If you give them a place to go, it's going to take the impact off of the forest. It's like I stated, it's going to prevent the human waste, it's going to prevent the trash, and it's going to prevent the fire danger in a managed place. Going to when Commissioner Burton talked about the kind of the RV community, this is another place where I feel like the conversation has kind of come full circle, because when I was referring to the campground, I've been by a campground for nearly 26 years. And they are some of the nicest, it is like the nicest group of people I could hope to be next to. And so that was why I tried to push back on, wait a minute, let's not portray these people as something that they're not. They're not criminals. They're not. They are actually, like, in 26 years, I have never had one incident except a pleasant experience with all of the RVs that come in that are next to my business. I do want to reach out now to the applicant. And the reason I do is there has been, and has been brought up, that there has to be a viable business plan. And I'm not asking for proprietary information, but I think it would be helpful to know, you have heard all of the comments. And I know that there comes a point where it has to pencil out, or you can't do it, especially if you're getting financing. I have no idea what your circumstances are, but I know how a development, because I've had to do this. And if it doesn't pencil, then the whole thing goes away. And I have given this case so much thought. I may have, Commissioner Walters, like you said, it's possible I have overthunk it, because I also have been in this area my entire life. I have gone to this campground like when years and years ago. I doubt there's anyone living in Parks or that is with us tonight that would recognize the name, but it was when the Smalleys had it. And I even remember it before that. It has been a campground, and I have no memory of it ever being a problem in the community, although I will give you that this is an expansion of it. But I think we need to know, because my concern was, okay, I'm looking at Commissioner Ruggles. He will go, he's got like 75, that brings it down 30. Commissioner Clifford and Commissioner Williams are at a max of 85, which is a decrease of 20. And so I thought, okay, so what is the best here? What is the best balance for this community? Because the opening of the restaurant is going to create jobs. It is going to be an economic boost for the citizen, for these community members. And I thought, if 20 spaces, I've given this so much thought. If we'll let you do it, but you have to take it down by 20 spaces. And by taking it down 20 spaces, it doesn't pencil and make it a viable business. And so then the whole thing is gone, and we have that boarded up restaurant sitting in the most prime commercial corner for years to come. I don't know. I don't know what we've got to bring a balance to this and do what is really best for the community. And I do want to stress, I had done the math when I was talking with with Mr. McNeely. And that's why I went back and asked him, was it 15 people that showed up, or was it 150 people? And he responded, it was 150 people. And then I did the math, and according to the math, there was, I believe, 14 plus 5 comments that were received. So out of 150 people, 19 comments received. That meant 131 people went, and yeah, your silence is almost approval. So, and out of the 19, only 4 were in opposition. So with that, we're going to come back, and I'm going to let every commissioner address it again. But at this time, and especially at Commissioner Burton's request, I would like the applicant to come back on and to speak to the commission about the issues that you have heard us address.
Madam Chair, point of order. And maybe council should address this. Over the years, it has been my impression that we are, I don't know if we're not authorized or not supposed to take into consideration the business side of what's going on before us. And maybe that's wrong, but that's been my understanding.
I've never heard that, so.
Well, I mean, and maybe staff and council can weigh in. Maybe I'm off base, but it's always been my impression that we're not supposed to do that.
Okay, I know that we.
Yeah.
Okay,
I'm a little uncomfortable saying that, but that's my impression.
Okay, I don't have a problem playing it safe and taking care of everyone's concerns tonight, because I know when I said I didn't want to get into anything proprietary, I know that we have previously said, you know what, they're going to have to get financing for this, and if they're not going to be able to if we give them a 5-year conditional use permit, that's probably going to nix it for them. And so I believe that we have given financial consideration before, but I am going to ask staff to address this concern first, because I don't want to create any problems as we review this. And I'm going to ask Mr. McNeely, if you are not comfortable answering this question, if we could please have council address us and give us some direction going forward.
So, Madam Chair, this is Jess McNeely with staff. I'm more than comfortable to address the question, and if council would like to address it as well, I'd be happy to. Your decision has to be based on the 4 findings that the zoning ordinance lays out as required for you to make in order to approve a conditional use permit. Obviously, those findings do not include economic considerations. However, to take testimony from the applicant as to what is necessary in order for the applicant to make the project work is certainly within bounds. There's no prohibition of that. And as you stated, that's certainly been a consideration that applicants have voluntarily provided information to the commission in the past to state, just as you pointed out, that they need a longer conditional use permit than X number of years being discussed because of their, in order to get the financing, in order to be able to make the project work. So certainly from my perspective as a planner, my certification and the continuing education that's required for that certification in planning law, there's nothing that prohibits discussion of it. Certainly, I'd recommend that you not make findings on your decision make a finding that's based on economic concerns. The findings still have to be based on what the zoning ordinance prescribes as the findings. So does that help, Chair Ontiveros?
That does, but I want to reach back out to Commissioner Best to see if that answers your question, because if you want to ask council to weigh in on this, there is no problem with that at all, because I want every commissioner here to feel like they have had every question that they have answered and they are fully comfortable moving forward. So Commissioner Best, I would like to know what you would like to do.
You know, I wouldn't mind if council weighed in. It's not just for tonight, but for the future.
Okay.
I think your point was good about extending time limits on these. That has been a consideration. You're absolutely correct. So maybe we should just clear it up right now and move on.
Okay, then at this time, I would like council to address this issue, please.
This is Mark Burns from the County Attorney's Office. I agree with the way Mr. McNeely described it. I don't think there's anything inappropriate about hearing about it, but ultimately your findings have to be the findings that are laid out, and those aren't the economic considerations of the applicant.
Oh, okay, so Mr. Burns, if I could just clarify to make sure that we don't do anything out of bounds here. The example that I gave, what I'm trying to determine is if cutting back 20, 30 spaces, if this is going to make this not viable, is that information that we can consider? Because then in that point, we are in a situation where we are looking at, okay, it's not viable, so therefore everything is done.
So if you're ultimately making your decision based on that viability and not the findings of fact, then it would probably be outside the scope of what you want to consider, because you want to make the ultimate conclusion based on the findings of fact as laid out by staff and the law. So if you're hearing this evidence for the finding of fact that will be the basis of your decision, then I think it may go beyond what you want to consider at this time.
Okay, let me just clarify. Maybe I misspoke. Going to that example that I first gave of, okay, we recognize that we have done this before. Okay, you're going to be going to a bank and you're going to have to get financing for this, and the 5-year term may preclude that. So we're going to give you, like a longer term. Is that okay to do that?
I guess, can you repeat that just to make sure I understand what you're asking?
Yes. Okay. Previously, this commission has had instances where the applicant has said, I'm going to need a longer term. Like, let's say we were going to give them a 5-year term, and they would say, okay, I'm going to need a longer term, or I'm not going to be able to get financing for this. And so we would accommodate that and give a longer term. beyond the 5 years that was originally recommended.
So in that scenario, you're describing a situation where you're still making the ultimate decision based on the findings of fact, and the term length is not inconsistent with that, because whether it's a number of years that's longer or shorter, you're still making the underlying decision based on the findings of facts as laid out. So if that's what you're saying, this situation is the same, you're making that same consideration, then I don't think it would be bad to hear it, but it's unclear to me that that is what was described in the first scenario. If the decision is being made on the economic consideration in spite of something contradictory to the findings of fact that you need to make, then I think that's where the problem would be. Whereas with the term length, that issue wouldn't be exactly the same. So if you're making a consideration for the economic considerations of the applicant that is inconsistent with the findings of fact that you need to make, then I think we're treading in an area we don't want to tread. So if that's what the question is, can you consider economic considerations in spite of the findings you need to make, then I think that's an area that we best not tread. But
Gotcha.
if you're just making a consideration, like an example, like a term length, or if you just want to hear from them how they think their business is going to operate, that isn't inconsistent with the findings you need to make, then I think that would be okay. So I guess I don't know if that is totally clear, but I'm trying to make it clear what would be appropriate and what would not. So if it's, as long as your ultimate conclusion is based on the findings of fact that you need to make or not make, then I think that's fine. And if these economic considerations inform that in some way, but if you're considering the economic considerations in spite of the other findings of fact that are required, then I think that's area that you don't want to tread.
Okay, thank you. That does clarify it for me. Commissioner Best, do you need any clarification?
No, I think that makes total sense. I think that seems like the term limit is appropriate, because really when you get to the term limit, you've already determined that you can make the findings. And now you're just asking how long before we want to check on it, basically. But making the findings based on an economic profile from the applicant sounds to me like it isn't appropriate.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what I got out of what was just said.
And that's also what I got out of it. So either we both understand or we both have misunderstood. So I think we're both understanding though. Okay, but with all of that said, I'm glad that we did bring clarification to that. But with all of that said, I would like the applicant, you have heard the discussion, the commission discussion, and it has been lengthy. I would like to ask if you have any input that you feel would be relevant to this commission in our ability to make the decision on the 4 findings of fact.
Madam Chair, this is Lisa Mulgrew. Thank you and the commissioners for your comments tonight. I would like to address more than one item because quite a few things have been brought up. We do actually have a traffic study that was completed, and it's based on the entire 80 sites plus the 25 camping sites. It shows that with the entrance off of Route 66, there would be minimal impact even at 100% capacity, and even during peak hours. So if you look at the site plan, there's actually more space to pull in there than it appears off of Route 66. And if you notice the arrows in the gray area, that green building there is the check-in center and the check-in area. So the arrows are indications for RVs to pull in and around. So they can pull completely around the entire check-in center that would accommodate numerous RVs at a time. We set it up like that so that it would address any traffic concerns and it would not cause any backup onto Route 66 or cause any traffic problems for the community at all. The next item is, yes, we did have a great turnout at our community meeting. We addressed every concern that every person had. It lasted 2.5, 3 hours. It was well received. Yes, some people have some concerns, but I believe that we have addressed every concern in a very community-oriented way. At the end of the meeting, we literally had people coming up and hugging us and welcoming us to the community. I would like to point out also that we had this very site plan posted and everyone came up and looked at the site plan. So they knew exactly how many spaces and campsites, and they could see, you know, the traffic mitigation. They could see this exact plan. And so I appreciate your comments in pointing out that we did not have very many people who ultimately were still unhappy. So that went very well. As far as the number of sites, I do appreciate that some people would like to have it limited. Evidently before there were 40 or 50, I read online yesterday that the prior park actually had 60 sites. But we've already reduced it from 100 sites, which we originally proposed, down to 80 sites, just because of the community and community concern. And we want to, we want to live in parks. We want to be a part of the community. We're not a corporation coming out and putting in an RV site and walking away. We're concerned about the community. And so we've already reduced it down to 80 RV sites with 10 that will not be leaving the property. Those spaces that you see in front of where you turn in, those are actually more like, I mean, they can accommodate smaller RVs. They're actually like parking spaces in addition to area for the RVs to pull in. So with traffic mitigated, unfortunately, I know you cannot take into consideration the finances, but yes, the majority of this project will be financed. Not only will it be financed, but it will be through an SBA loan, and they are very particular about everything they need. So the project is extremely expensive. As everyone knows, land and improvements are extremely expensive. And I'm sure you can look online and see the cost of this project just to purchase the land and the restaurant. I can tell you that the construction is more than double the cost of the purchase. I have run the numbers and every way that I can, and I feel that the 80 RV spaces will be necessary in order to support the note on the project, the employees that we have, the vendors we have to employ, the restaurant. I know the community loves, you know, they love the fact that a restaurant would be there, but that restaurant has already failed twice. If we do not have the RV spaces and the patrons from that many RV sites coming over to enjoy the restaurant as well, I don't know that it would be a viable project at all. So I do appreciate the fact that people would like to have a few less RV sites there, but unfortunately, I do not feel like we can go with less RV sites and make it a viable project. So I also, in relation to your comments on the time of the conditional use permit, with it being an SBA loan, that's going to be very difficult if they fear that in 5 years that could be taken away. So those are my comments. I hope that I've addressed everything. As far as the landscaping, we are leaving everything in its natural habitat, and there is plenty space there to place the RV sites in and amongst the trees. My goal is to keep every tree that we can. Now, a few will need to come down in the leach field, but I've talked to the engineers, and they have actually designed it to where they can go in and around trees. It's a little more expensive, but it's something that we have committed to do. Like I said, we want to be a part of the community, and we want to bring an asset to the community that is going to be good for the people, with employment and with a place to eat and a place to gather and enjoy their community together. So I hope that you will take all of this into consideration and when you revisit again.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Mulgrew, for those comments. All right, as I promised, we're going to go back through. Commissioner Ruggles, after hearing the discussion, the comments from the applicant, where are you at now?
Okay. I have listened to what everyone has had to say. So what resonated the most with me in terms of going forward are the comments that Commissioner Walters has made. I'm very well aware of how that works and have continued to learn what the RV community is like, especially in the Happy Jack area, which was a very contentious hearing we had. The other thing is I appreciate the applicant being very forward with her comments. I cannot fault the traffic study in and of itself. Very well done, very professional. The other thing about what she commented on, I'm going to have to say that this issue of the length of the permit is something that Chair Ontiveros remembers very well. I'm the person who brought that up when we went through the use permit hearing for Timberline firearms, because I raised the question, is that length of time long enough? Will it affect your financing? And Rob Wilson said, yeah, it's going to be very difficult if we don't have a somewhat longer period of time for the conditional use permit. So I would be agreeable to extending that time. It is a conditional use permit. It's going to get reviewed if there are problems. The other thing is that based on everything I've heard, initially I thought, well, Jim Clifford's suggestion is a good one. I go with that. Same thing with Commissioner Williams. However, in the light of will this work or won't it work, I think that I'm going to have to back up on it and say that the 80 spaces as proposed is probably going to be the best way to go. And when I look at that, I'm looking at it from a very objective point of view after I've heard everything everyone has had to say, and especially what the applicant has had to say about the community meeting. The number of people who are silent about it. I participated in things like this a lot, and there tend to be people who are very outspoken. If the 14 comments I read didn't fit into that category of not only no, but hell no, nothing like that. Didn't see anything like that. So I have to say that I have changed my position on this. And relative to that, what I've heard tonight, I can make the findings to go forward with this. I think the applicant is very sincere in what they have told us and been very straightforward and honest, especially in terms of will this pencil out. And that affects, of course, it's only a part of the picture we're looking at. So as it is, I can make the findings, especially with the modifications that Commissioner Best has suggested, and go forward with that. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Ruggles. Let me find my list. I've got so many notes written down here. Commissioner Clifford, I'm coming back to get your thoughts.
Well, being an RVer, I stay in campgrounds. I camp out in the forest. I also carry about 30 to 50 gallons of extra water to put out not only my fires, but other people's fires who pull out and leave them smoldering when I am camping in the forest. And I actually crunched some numbers while everybody was talking as to what I pay when I do stay in an RV park. And I know what monthly rentals on a lot of the parks are, and things like that. So I kind of know what it costs. And yes, this is just a concept drawing. Yeah, those lines mean nothing. It just those lines are just yeah, this is how you're going back in an RV. Also, RV parks that I've stayed in, we go online, we pick out the space we would like, and when we pull in, we don't even stop at the center. We just go directly to the campsite, get our trailer in place, walk up or drive up if we're going to go get something to eat or go down to the lake or whatever, and check in because that space is already reserved for us. And so that would stop a lot of the congestion by doing it that way. Where you're going to get more of your RVers who are the people who are cross country and just pull in, hey, do you have a place that we can spend the night? That's where you're going to get the RVs that are going to stack up. But if they have a reservation in place where you already pick out your site, you can have signage, go to your site, then come up and register. They'll also have people that are driving around the site. Hey, okay, you're the Cliffords. Yeah, you're in the right spot and all of that. So, I agree with extending it out. I would go 10 years. Wouldn't go any more than that. It is going to be looked at periodically by planning and zoning. And I'm still going back and forth on the 80, but if they put something in place with congestion where they do an online registration where people are pre-picking their sites, or like Commissioner Walters said, people are going to rent for the entire month or 2-3 months and just leave their vehicles there. I can make the findings for the full 115 areas. The one exception that I have and is number 12, where you want the limiting of HOVs. I don't think that's a good idea because especially in this area, you're going to have hunters coming up on the weekends during hunting season You're also going to have people that are in there in a motorhome versus a travel trailer with a pickup truck or a travel trailer with a car that they can leave in. And if somebody pulls a Ranger up behind their trailer, on their trailer with their motorhome, and they're going out hunting, or they're going out to one of the local areas to fish, and it is a street legal vehicle, we cannot prohibit them from driving that vehicle, not only on this private property, but on the roads. So I don't think we should limit the HOVs. I would say that no rentals, number 12, there shall be no motorized rental vehicles except for bicycles. And it's already been stated for fire, to have people on site who can fight fire, and they're going to probably have their golf carts or whatever for moving, and ATVs for moving snow, trucks for moving snow and stuff like that. But I think in this case, we need to get off the HOV because there is a lot of recreation on roads going on Forest Service roads and paved roads going out to lakes, and people coming up and running the Forest Service roads to go deer hunting, turkey hunting, elk hunting, stuff like that. So that one I really, that one I have a hard time with. But if we were able to get over that, I can make the findings to approve it for the 115 sites.
Oh, okay, Commissioner Clifford, just a small clarification here. The total would actually be 105.
Or 105, yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
okay.
sorry.
And then,
I have too many
no, you're
chicken
good.
scratches here on my paper.
Oh, you ought to see my desk. I know. I want to make sure I'm understanding you and the other commissioners. So condition number 12 currently states, there shall be no motorized vehicle rentals except for bicycles, and no HOVs shall be operated on the property with the exception of firefighting equipment or maintenance vehicles.
Mm-hmm.
You would like it to stand as is and go with the interpretation that Mr. McNeely gave.
Yes, because it's a licensed by the state of Arizona, registered, insured, and as long as they have DOT rated tires, which most of them do now, it is a legal vehicle that can be operated on a roadway. And it's getting to be a sore subject with people. If you start restricting them, you can't come in this campground if you have an HOV. That's going to kill their business, especially for the hunters and stuff who are coming up, who bring their families, and their family's going to be staying in this campground. Why the husband and the sons or husbands and daughters and the wives may stay in the campground in the RV. I know that's what my wife does. I can go out fishing and she'll read a book or stuff like that. She'll stay around the RV if she doesn't come with me. So I can kind of see it a couple different ways there, but I would like to strike that no HOVs can be used in the campground.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Clifford. Do you have any other thoughts beyond those at this time?
I think it's going to be great for the area.
Okay.
Just in the employment, people aren't going to have to drive all the way in the Flagstaff or Williams for employment. Is going to be right there, and it's going to be a year-round business. So I think it would be good for the area.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Clifford. Okay, Commissioner Williams, you're up next, but before you go, I would like to reach, okay, I was going to ask Robin to mute, but she just did that. And I thought that I saw Mr. Chrisselman's hand raised. Yes, it's you. Okay, Mr. Chrisselman, I'm thinking you've got something to say that would be of importance, so please address the commission.
Madam Chair, thank you very much. Jay Chrisselman here. Commissioners, thank you for your service this evening. I think it's been touched on already by Commissioner Ruggles, but with regards to the extension of time with regards to financing, albeit not with the findings, and thank you, Mr. Burns, with the Attorney's Office for helping us with this. But Commissioner Ruggles is absolutely correct. So if you remember, the Chevelon Butte Wind Farm project that's coming up for renewal soon, they had also asked for an extension based on financial obligations from a 5-year to, I think it was a 10, maybe even longer than that. So we've already crossed this bridge, but I just wanted to make sure that that perspective was shared with regards to the extension of time, that the commission has done that on occasion for certain circumstances. So, Madam Chair, thank you for letting me speak.
No, thank you for your comments. I actually, if the other commissioners can help me remember, I think there's one out there by me. I think it was the applicant was Willie Collins, if I remember correctly. And it was for a water kind of halt space like that. I think we gave him 30 years. So we have given time. I don't have that in front of me, but I think we gave a 30-year on that one.
And Madam Chair, you are correct. I'm not sure about the time frame, but you are correct with the extension. And the reason being is because of extenuating circumstances, and not just a financial obligation, but a community value obligation. So thank you for that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chrisselman. All right, Commissioner Williams, it's your turn to comment again after hearing the comments and the applicant and the discussion.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I completely support an extension on the time. I think in the projects where there's a significant capital improvement involved, that's only fair. So, whatever we decide, I think that's actually a great way to go regardless. And I wish this map was better because these spaces, it's really deceiving. Like, it looks like, are these the RV spaces? Well, of course, all the trees are going to be gone. Apparently that is not the case. And I appreciate the applicant explaining that. I wish we could see it a little bit better. But I believe the applicant is going to try to keep all the trees. I was out there walking around today, and I mean, it's super cool. And if you could keep all the trees and not just cut everything down and line everybody up like, a deck of cards, it would be a much more interesting place to stay. So, I'm willing to go up in the number. And as far as the egress, ingress, I mean, coming in, stacking up and everything, I mean, I do see that there are ways to make that work. And I'm just gonna say that that'll probably work. But I really do feel like we need to give something to the people of parks. And, one of the biggest issues is the OHVs, and it's private property. And I think that it is not the only campground in the area. It's not like nobody can hunt in northern Arizona because there's nowhere for them to go, with their quads and their razors and whatever else they need. There are lots of other campgrounds. So I feel like the people of parks are inundated with a bunch of different things, and giving them that one little bit, I think, is reasonable and fair. So I would stick with no OHVs being operated. You can tow it, and you can tow it out of there and unload it and go wherever you want. But personally, I would keep 12 as we changed it, and the rest I think I can go with.
Okay, let me just ask, given some of the clarification that Commissioner Clifford provided, because he is an RVer, and I do just want to comment that, again, I've had a campground next to me for 26 years, and never one time have we had an issue with an OHV. Never once. I kind of think some of this goes back to what Commissioner Burton described. I'm hoping I'm getting this right, but in her, there's just kind of a code of ethics or something among them, that the people that will use this. And again, I've never had one situation where I've had to go over to the campground, the RV park and the campground, and say, you know what, we got to do something here, because this is a real problem. So after hearing Commissioner Clifford's comments, and my realistic, I mean, that's what I'm telling you is actually true. Does that change at all? Does that change your opinion at all?
Well, I think it's not, I think it's more bringing in an attractive nuisance, and it's people going out and ripping through the forest and through the community of parks and driving, it's not so much really driving around the roads in the campground, but if you can just drive in and out, and then next thing you know, you're out in the forest and out in people's backyards, and just, I mean, if you're, the people that are hunting are one thing, but most of these people are coming up in the summer and they're up there to get away. And I just don't, I mean, somebody certainly could show up with their toy hauler and unload 6 whatevers and head out into parks. And I just think if you can limit that, and maybe there are other campgrounds that are more appropriate that aren't near communities like this, where those people could go. But I don't know, I'm just trying to think of a way to like give something, some concession to the locals that live there. And that seems to be one of the complaints, is people going out off these Forest Service roads or off the Forest Service roads and leaving trash around and not having a clue what they're doing. So I don't know how else to, kind of try to help them out a little bit with this, unless, I mean, I don't know, if somebody has a suggestion, that would be great, because it is a problem.
Okay, and I think the suggestion was the one that Commissioner Clifford brought up right now, because you'll have an RV that will pulling one, and that's, so to say, okay, you can't have it, they're going to have to pull the whole RV off and go somewhere, and that is, in my opinion, going to create more of a traffic issue. So they're going to pull the RV out, they're going to park it somewhere, they're going to take that off, and then they're going to pull the RV back in. And that's what I'm saying. I think this might get, I can see how it could get complicated, and I'm thinking that this is going to come down to good management in the park itself.
Yeah, I mean, I think ultimately if they have the staff to educate people, but I mean, I guess it is what it is. There's just people everywhere, and we're just gonna have to roll over and accept it.
Okay, does that conclude your comments, Commissioner Williams? Okay. All right. I'm not laughing at you, and I know that you know that. I just could
Oh, I know.
tell.
It's frustrating. It's frustrating.
Yeah.
And
Okay. Okay. All right. Well, we're gonna thank you, Commissioner Williams, for those comments. Commissioner Burton, yours.
Okay. I am in agreement with Commissioner Clifford regarding the OHV. It's those rotten eggs that try to ruin it for everybody. It is. I'm in the Kachina Mountain area, and it is the ones who come up on the weekend and they get a whole big group together, boondock, and they're the ones that I am finding racing around like idiots on their motorized bikes and razors and whatever else. I have to go considerably into the forest to find some place to let my dogs run, because it's not safe to do it anywhere near the main intersection. Those are the ones, in my opinion, that are the problem. And unfortunately, they're not necessarily the ones that are going to use an RV park either. But I kind of don't think it's fair to place the blame on all campers for for the actions of a few. And I am in agreement that once you get your big rig into an RV park and you hook up, you're not unhooking. And if you're a big motorhome and you're towing something small as your main transportation for when you get there, it's not fair to say you can't use it, especially when it's a street legal vehicle. It is a pain in the backside to set those RVs and trailers up in a campground. And I know this from experience. It can be a real pain in the butt, and you're not just going to drive them in and out just so you can go unhook and hook up somewhere. That's not reasonable. And it's just not reasonable of a request. So I already said before that I can support the plan. I honestly don't think there's enough campgrounds in general, especially for the demand. And it's better to have a place for more people to go than back in the forest, congesting up the forest. Because I mean, yeah, I can boondock, but if I have the option for full hookup, I'm gonna choose that, because that's comfort and convenience. And I honestly, except for the national parks, I have never had to wait in an extensive line, even at peak time. The national parks are a whole different ball of wax. Those are just insanity. But there's never been more than 2, maybe 3 people in front of us when we pull into a park to check in. And I think having some kind of online system would be great. It not necessarily something that they have to do right away, but a long-term goal, that would be great. Even their own little app. But I really love the small business mom and pop places like this, and especially ones that want to design it in a way that you're not stacked in on top of each other. More and more places are just trying to pack in as many as they can, and I've been in RV places where when you've got your side out, when you've got the slide out and the person next to you has the slide out, you're like staring right into their window. You're like 2 feet away. And it doesn't sound like that's what this is going to be. And this is the kind of park that I would be looking for if I were a traveler. So I personally can support it. I think it is a good economic opportunity for the community. And, growth happens, whether we want it to or not. Change happens, whether we want it to or not. And I think having it done in a managed and well thought out manner is better than having something just haphazardly thrown in or just taking it as it comes. So yeah, those are my comments.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Burton. Commissioner Best.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm always very impressed by what a great bunch of people this is. So many good ideas. Thanks to you all. I'm not, endless growth to me is not progress. And that's the way I think a lot of people look at it. We're not going to solve that here tonight. I again encourage the people who are opposed to this, who are still in the room, if there are any, to organize your friends and neighbors and see what you can do to protect your neighborhoods. Because I run into those OHVs going 50 miles an hour in groups down the dirt roads too. And that's pretty tough stuff. I think Commissioner Clifford's probably right about the OHVs. I don't think we can probably legally do what's in 12. You might say that they have to have a hunting license to use them, but who's going to manage that? It becomes overwhelming. I think it's probably more up to the Forest Service and the neighborhoods to organize and protect themselves. You know, when I came to Arizona, Phoenix had, I think, 900,000 people, and now it's 4.5 million over 30 years. That's not going to stop. It's 1 million every 10 years. We've got to learn how to protect the resource, and we're kind of headed in that direction. Like I say, the Snow Bowl effort was surprised me a great deal, because people are saying there's only so many people we can have, and they actually closed down some use areas. Having said all that, I still want to see the landscape plan before I can accept this. And I would ask staff in the future, let's see the landscape plans. It makes a big difference. If they can fit all these in there and keep all those trees, that's one thing, along with the retention basin and septic. But I'm just looking at it. Doesn't look like it's going to work. So I would have to see that landscape plan. I would go for a continuance. Sounds like that's not the way it's going, but I really respect all of my commissioners' opinions. Good bunch of people. So that's kind of where I am. I think I don't have any other notes. Thanks. Oh, one more thing, Madam Chair, point of order. So another thing that is a little strange here is that we brought in the applicant, we brought in staff, we brought in the Director of Community Development. Let's bring in a couple of opponents and keep this balanced. If there's still anybody in the room, have we mitigated anybody's concerns here? I mean, we really need to keep this balanced. We can't just work one side of the equation, and I don't believe that's a fair public process. So
okay.
Yeah.
No, Commissioner Best, I do understand what you're saying there. And previously, council had told us that the applicant, I called the applicant back. We have been, and I'm asking council and Mr. McNeely that if I am misspeaking here, to please correct me. But we have been advised that the applicant has a right to speak, whereas the members of the community did not have a right And that was why I brought the applicant back and did not bring members of the community back.
If it helps, I'll request that you do so, and let's see what council
Well,
says.
you know what? Well, you know what, Commissioner Best? I'll tell you what. Like, if you, I'm sitting here looking at my meeting rules and procedures, and I think it says, you know what? It's going to be closed unless a commissioner requests it. So if that is something that you actually, it says no additional public comments may be made unless requested by a commissioner. So Commissioner Best, if that is what you would desire right now, is there a name? I'm sitting here looking at the list of names, and do you have one that you would like to call back?
I didn't keep a list of names, so, and they may have already gone. So if
There's someone with their
Okay,
hand up. Oh.
If there, thank you, Commissioner Williams. If there is anyone in the public that wishes to address, Commissioner Best has requested that you raise your hand and that you address the commission. So I am opening it right now for a member of the public to address the commission. And you can show that by either a raised hand or by unmuting.
Okay, this is Savannah Sidney again. Can you hear me?
Okay, let me see. I'm just trying to, you know what, this is just really odd because I am not showing you on my list. Oh, yes, I am. Okay, go ahead and state, yes, go ahead and state your name. Yeah, your name and address again. Let's just keep this record very clean. And Commissioner Best would like you to address.
Savannah Sidney, 13374 East Dog Haven Parks. I appreciated what was said about the parking that Lisa talked about. That yes, there will be a turnaround, that there will be more, it won't be as bad as it sounds because that is such a thin little 2-lane highway there. But I do think it's going to be problematic with the off-road vehicles. Absolutely. That we already have that with hunters and we welcome the hunters and that's great. But these people are on vacation. They're cutting loose. They're having fun. And we see it all over. And they do go driving through people's actual yards. And it is a problem up here, a big problem. And it will only get worse if you have hundreds of people coming up. I mean, it's not just one person per site. So if you have families coming up in 115 sites, that's going to be hundreds of people. And they will be zipping around here and there and going off-road and doing whatever. And that's hundreds of people impacting this community, and it will have a big impact on people. I just, and you know, saying that, oh, people may just drive on up and get on the freeway at Deer Farm. That's not reasonable. If I'm somewhere and the freeway's right there, I'm going to get on the freeway that's right by there. So I think traffic will be an issue. If it is like someone posits that it will be people coming up and staying 2 or 3 months, that's the only traffic that'll be there, that's a possibility. That's one scenario, but I don't think it's reasonable to expect that that's all that will happen. And so I do think traffic and courtesy is going to be an issue. And I do think the HOVs, we already see it without a campground. Now, if you have hundreds of people coming, it is going to be a problem. I mean, there's no way it won't be. They can be the RV people, maybe the nicest people on the planet, but you're still going to have people are out having fun and hot rodding and doing what they do. And I still think there are a lot of concerns that haven't been fully addressed here. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Best.
This is Mark Burns from the County Attorney's Office. I think since we've reopened it for public comment, I think it would be best to confirm that there's no one else in the public that wanted to add additional comments, rather than just give it to one. So I don't know who's left on the Zoom, but I think it would be appropriate if since it's been reopened to the public.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Burns, for that counsel. I appreciate that. With that said, is there anyone in the public that wishes to address the commission on this case tonight? If so, please raise your hand or unmute. Okay, I see Della. No, yeah, Della. Okay, so please state your name and address for the record and comments at 3 minutes.
Della Moody, 358 Lake Street, Park 86018. Thank you for all of your time. I can't believe how much time you guys are putting into this. I have loved to hear all the ideas, the suggestions, and for the commission people that have just paused, I want to thank you for that. I was not at the original plan meeting that was held in Parks. I heard there was a good turnout. I did not hear 150 people. I did hear a lot of good feedback. I heard a lot of good feedback on the owners, which was great to hear. But I think the concerns remain. You know, we live relatively close, and I'm sorry, I'm just totally drawing a blank right now. Commissioner Burton, you know, made the comment that because of the people camping in her area, she has to go deep in the forest to walk her dogs. Well, we're not too far from this site. So as the person before me spoke, 100 sites, let's average 3 people per site. And in a lot of cases, that'll be quite a bit more. That's 300 people that's going to invade the area right there. So that's something that all of us have to think about and all of us have to contend with. Progress, yes. Growth, yes. You know, if there wasn't growth, I wouldn't be living there. We only bought 11 years ago, you know? So, I mean, we get that. But we also want to make sure that Parks is still community, still neighbor. I do appreciate that the new owners, I think, are on that page. But like boondockers aren't going to come to the RV park. So the boondockers are still going to be happening. But I do think that we have to think about the amount of people that are going to be on that corner. It's a lot of people. And there was, you know, a lot of the people were talking about that, you know, they wanted to scale back numbers. Then all of a sudden it was, you know, we hear about the financial impact and that seemed to change. And yet, although I thought that wasn't supposed to be part of the decision making. So my thing is I just want to make sure the decision is being based on what's best for Parks. Growth, yes. But community, we need to think about community. There's already a couple of things that, you know, we can't bring up now because it was already an established business. I'm going to back this business. You know, I'll tell people about the RV site. I think the RV site's great. I just am very concerned about the number of people that are going to be on that little corner. And that was where I feel like it needs to be scaled back. People always think
Madam Chair, we're at well over 2 minutes. So
thank you for the warning. People don't tend to say something against, you know, so it was favorable, but I do think that we just need to beware before we change things that we can't change back. I appreciate all of your time. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. And again, because on council's advice, if there is anyone else, and Della, could you please mute?
I'm trying.
Okay, no, I get it. Technology.
It's not, my mouse isn't moving.
Okay, all right. I'm gonna make a last call right now for anyone in the public. And this is based on SOT's request to call back members of the community per the meeting rules and procedures. I'm not seeing any. So because of that, I am now going to go ahead and close it to the public. And Mr. McNeely, are you seeing anything I'm not?
Madam Chair, no, I'm not seeing anyone unmuted and no one raising their hand.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and close it to the public now. And I believe that this commission has probably, I don't know that there is anything left to discuss. So at this point, Commissioner Ruggles?
Yeah, one little point, Parks is not in the Coconino National Forest. It is in the Williams District of the Kaibab National Forest. So
okay,
one condition where we specified Coconino in terms of fire restrictions, you should probably include both because the surrounding area isn't too far to go to get into the Coconino National Forest.
okay. All right, with that, what I'm going to do is I do believe that we have exhausted at this point discussion amongst the commissioners. And so I am going to ask for a motion and a second, please. And we will see where this goes.
And Madam Chair, I can certainly pull up the conditions if a part of that is going to be wanting to look at the proposed modified conditions.
Yes, if you would please, Mr. McNeely, I would appreciate it because I'm sure we're going to want to review those and make sure that we've got it accurate.
Okay, here we are with the conditions. I'll try to get them to where they can be visible. All right.
All righty. So I need one of my fellow commissioners to make a motion.
I make a motion to approve, and I lost I had two screens up and I lost one of them. So I don't have the number.
21039.
Yeah, that one. So I make a motion to approve that as discussed with the modifications, all except for modification 12. Is that right, fellow commissioners?
Yeah, I can
Take
support that.
Take 12 back to original, striking the OHVs.
Yep, I will go along.
Yeah. Okay, and Mr. McNeely, what is the condition where Commissioner Ruggles right now pointed out the Coconino Kaibab discrepancy? Which one was that?
Madam Chair, that was condition number 16. I've just highlighted here. I just put in national forests, plural.
Okay, and that.
Yep, that covers the base.
And I'm sorry, this is Mark Burns again, just for clarification. Is there a question mark further up around the hours? Because I just
Yeah, we never asked about that. We were going to.
Yeah, so Madam Chair and Commissioner Walters is making the motion. It was Commissioner, this is highlighted here, but Commissioner Best had proposed moving the quiet hours up to 9 p.m. And changing the check-in hours, extending the check-in hours to 7 p.m. So just want to clarify.
I would rather not do that. I'd like to leave 5 as it was.
Okay.
I think it's pretty reasonable with long summer hours.
So
I also believe that is customarily, those are the customary hours that we have given to the other campgrounds.
I'm sorry. Rather than getting into discussion, I just wanted to get clarification on what the motion was being made for.
Sure.
Yeah.
Thank you, Counselor, for
that does
catching
help
up.
though.
Okay, so now we need a second.
I'll second it.
Okay, so I've got a motion from Commissioner Walters and a second from Commissioner Clifford for approval of CUP 21-039 with the modifications to the conditions as stated in the staff report. All in favor, please say aye. See if I can find my list. Commissioner Ruggles,
Aye.
Commissioner Clifford,
Aye.
Commissioner Williams,
Aye.
Commissioner Burton,
Aye.
Commissioner Best,
Nay.
Commissioner Walters,
Aye.
and this is Commissioner Ontiveros, and I also vote aye. So the motion does pass and CUP 21-039 has been approved. The last item on the agenda is call to public for items not on the agenda. And I'm not seeing any.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anyone either, Madam Chair. Not seeing any calls from the public. We did mention during your study session that we could go back to study session, and there was certainly at least one other thing I wanted to mention to the commission. So is that okay with you, Madam Chair?
Yes, actually, I was opening it up for that, Mr. McNeely. So would you please go ahead and address the commission?
Absolutely. So, Madam Chair, I would point out that on your study session agenda, and you all have a copy of it, so I'm sure you can refer back to it, that the one item we didn't cover was Board of Supervisors update, that the board on the 10th will get a work session from our staff on basic community development processes, our basic public hearing processes and permitting processes, and an update on all of the long-range projects that you all regularly hear about. I'll point out also that at that board hearing on the 10th, Commissioners Best and Walters will be reappointed to the board, to the Planning and Zoning Commission. So that's what will happen with the Board of Supervisors on the 10th. And you all held your elections, so appreciate that. Any questions from the commission on the board update, the work session that we'll be giving the board on August 10th? Okay, well, one other small thing. Didn't cover this in our staff update, but I wanted to make the commission aware of some other staff changes. I'd like to let you all know that that I sincerely appreciate, first off, all of your service to the entire community. And this evening is completely evident of the effort that comes from all of the commissioners. And this is an amazing group of commissioners. I'd also like to let you know that I sincerely appreciate, as a staff member here, getting to work with all of you and the opportunity to learn from you. And a little bittersweet news for me is I was encouraged to apply for the community development director position with the city of Sedona. Following that encouragement, I went ahead and applied and looked into what I find interesting about that opportunity, and I've been selected. So I will be taking the position to be the city of Sedona community development director. I can tell you I would not be prepared to take that job if I hadn't worked with this group. So I truly appreciate everything I've learned from y'all. Certainly nothing I was looking for. However, it is a great opportunity. I've actually learned some about the city of Sedona from some of the discussion in your hearings about how the city of Sedona partnered with Forest Service to figure out how they could preserve a resource that was being loved too much. So there's some great things that take place down there. I do have a design-oriented background. I have a undergrad degree in architecture, And I do have some experience in community planning, working with design standards and design issues. And as many of you all know, the Land Development Code for the City of Sedona takes design very seriously, to have their built environment integrate well with their natural environment. So there's some things down there that I'm really looking forward to. However, I will definitely miss working with this group. My planned start date with the City of Sedona is on August 30th. So you'll get me for one more Planning and Zoning Commission hearing. But I did want to get that information out there. I know we've let all of our staff know, and I sincerely look forward to continuing a friendship and relationship with all of you all in the future. I wouldn't even consider going someplace else if it wasn't so close, just right down the road from a place that I feel like I've worked half my life just to get to live in a wonderful place like Northern Arizona. So I'm very grateful for the opportunity to keep doing that and do the things that I love and in serving communities. So I appreciate the opportunity to let you all know that.
What a great loss.
Thank you.
Say it ain't so.
We're coming to visit.
I know.
Hey, you know what? You're going to be living here because you can't afford a house down there. So
yeah, you figured that out.
You just want to go down there for the hiking and biking.
I do a lot of that, but I do a lot of that up here. Yes.
You'll be up here in the summer when it's too hot
that's
down
right.
there.
It's 106 down there, man.
No.
Yeah, yeah. I knew. This is bittersweet, Jess. As I told you before, this is bittersweet. I am very happy for you, and I want to congratulate you. This is a promotion for you, and it's well deserved. And you have proven yourself to be very worthy of this promotion. So I want to congratulate you on this. And I want to tell you very seriously that I am going to miss you. I'm going to miss you personally, just because of your, just kind of, you're just fun, but yet you're knowledgeable. And I'm going to miss your, just the input that you have, the way that we have worked together since I have been chair, for 2 years, the way you and I have worked together. It has been a real pleasure, and I am very much going to miss that. But I am very happy for you. And like everyone else said, we're still close enough. We're all gonna, we're kind of a community. So we'll move forward without you, but boy, I'll tell you what, it is a huge loss. And I just want you to know that's truly how I feel.
I sincerely appreciate that. And I got to tell you, we've got an amazing staff. As you all know, the vast majority of the items that come before you, 99.9% of them are done by the rest of our P&Z staff. We got a fantastic staff. We've built a wonderful team here. I mean, an amazing, talented, fun, great team that really cares about the community, just like you guys do. So the ship will keep moving forward. It'll stay afloat, and I do consider myself where I'm going still a part of the greater team. Yavapai County, Coconino County, City of Sedona spans them both, and I got to tell you, I really anticipate getting to work with everyone I've been working with here on many of these bigger picture issues in the future that can improve all of our community.
Yeah, it's exciting.
Mm-hmm.
It is.
Agreed and well said. And I see Jay's hand up. Jay?
He's muted.
Mr. Christopher, there you go. Yeah.
Madam Chair, sorry about that, Commissioners. Thank you. So, it's been 5 years since the Colonel and I have been a team, and I'm going to miss him tremendously. He's done everything with the P&Z division that there's no way I could have done. And I value that so much. Here's the cool thing. He lives 2 doors down from me. I literally have to walk 37 feet to get to his front door. So we have barbecues, and I'll learn from him, from what he can teach me with Sedona. Hopefully not too much, but that aside, Yeah, I'm so thankful for the efforts that the Colonel has given this entire county, and I'll never forget it. He's taught me so much. That aside, 3 weeks into August, I think it's third weekend in, or Wednesday of the month, we will have a barbecue in the department celebrating the Colonel's accomplishments. And I would love for you all to attend. I'll send you the invitation, obviously BCC, so that if we have to have a quorum, we will. That aside, Jess, I thank you so much for everything that you have done for me, everything that you have taught me, and I'm so grateful. Thank you.
Thanks, Jay. Appreciate it.
Here, here.
Yeah, there you go. Well, with that, I think I just have one last comment. It's just to say, Commissioner Best, you had made a comment about how you appreciate the work that this commission does, how we work together. I want to tell you that I concur with that, and this evening was an excellent example of how we listen, just gave it. And I appreciate, and I just want you to know, while we're complimenting here, this is not flattery. Actually, I don't flatter. This is sincere. I appreciate Jay. I appreciate you. Jess, I already gave you your kudos. But I do appreciate every commissioner and the input that you guys give. And I just have a lot of trust with every one of you. This is, it's been a long night. So thank you all very much. And thank you, council. Thank you all. And with that, I'm going to say good night.
Hey,
Good night, everyone.
Thanks. Good night.
Hi, everyone.
Good night. Thanks, everybody.
Good night,
Good night, John
everybody.
Boy.
Good night.